Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and Rainbow Six fans all around the world. We are here for the grand finals of the LPL Pro Rainbow Six Siege Championship, and oh boy, has it been exciting over the last 8 weeks. Cthulhu, we've made it here. It's been a long journey, but only 2 teams remain.
Look, I mean, honestly, the whole bracket has been a roller coaster of emotions, and I'm really excited for tonight's grand finals, really.
Yeah, well, look, we've got to talk about the journey that it took to get here. Most recently, we'll take a look at last week because, of course, it was LFO that made it to the finals, back then known as Oddity, which we'll talk about as well. They took out Ferox in a very tight best-of-3 series in what we thought could have been a little more one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, we saw maybe the first and the second map being really, really one-sided in each one of the teams' favor, but then the third map was really a game of tug of war, and really it was down to the wire.
And so on each of these maps too, because it went so close, we expected that maybe Oddity would pull a little ahead with some momentum, but the maps went back and forth. We had to go to map number 3, and even that went all the way to round 12. So we didn't quite get some of these overtimes that maybe we were a little excited to get. But that said, I mean, Oddity back then, they were cool and calm and collected, even in very tense situations where they were close to letting victory slip out of their fingers, but they managed to get it done. And now, with the name change to LFO, just to make that clear for everyone at home that already have changed their name to LFO, they've made it to the finals now. And they did it under very intense pressure. So they will be facing Team SiNister, who made it here through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and so far for Team SiNister, it's been a pretty smooth ride. I mean, the main storyline for the team as itself is just, it's been a flawless ride. I don't think they've dropped a single map, and really, I think they're looking like they're going to prove it tonight as well. Well, this is their best case scenario.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what their journey looks like as we take a look at the bracket here. And you're right, Team SiNister dropping not a single map throughout their journey. And LFO, they did drop down to the losers bracket, thanks to Team SiNister, of course, but like we saw last week, they clawed their way back up and now back here to face off in the finals. But before we jump off the bracket here, Cthulhu, let's cast our mind back a few weeks and take a look at some of the teams we saw leave a little early. And I want to ask you, what were the big surprises that we saw? I mean, there were high hopes for some of these teams.
I mean, the big upset probably was the PC419ers. At the very beginning of the season, I was expecting them to, if they drop down into the loser bracket, they would have a revenge tour throughout the loser bracket, and we'll see themselves back into grand finals. But they got knocked out by Ferox, and then Ferox versus Bizarre was... both of the storylines were really, really good, because on the side of Bizarre Ferox, on the side of Ferox, it was a Cinderella story, because almost at the beginning of the season, Ferox were the ones that kind of decided to disband at the end, but still decided to play through, and they were still showing some amazing siege. And then Bizarre, they were showing some real great promise. The mixture between the aggression of the previous Bizarre roster and the inclusion of some of the players from Sleepy Gaming, and their coordination did really seem to have brought some really good progress.
Yeah, well, after all of that, though, we did end up with the 2 teams that we see here today, SiNister and LFO. Of course, SiNister making it through the winner's bracket means that they do have an advantage here coming into the grand finals, because it will be a reset if LFO take the best of 5 series first. So just to make it clear for everyone at home, if LFO take this first best of 5, they have to win another best of 5. And Cthulhu, I mean, that is a huge amount of pressure. That is a huge amount of an uphill battle against a team that has already very much dismantled you.
Yeah, I mean, if LFO do manage to bring out the big win and manage to win the 2 best of 5s, it's a testament to their endurance overall against some of the higher teams. Whereas if SiNister do manage to close it out, say in a very dominating scoreline, it could be another proof that they are just on a whole new level. So it's kind of the battle of David and Goliath.
Yeah, SiNister certainly seems to be on a completely different level at the moment, while LFO certainly has that uphill battle for them, guys. But before we jump into the match, we're going to have to get the players ready. We're going to get into a short break, but once we return, we'll be getting right into the grand finals. So guys, go get a snack and we'll be right back. And we return. We're back. Still more with the grand finals here for LPL Pro Rainbow Six Siege. We've talked about it a little bit, but if you are just joining us, it is Team SiNister coming through the winners bracket, facing off against LFO in the grand finals. LFO needing to get the reset as well, so needing to win 2 best-of-5s. A big uphill battle for them, but Cthulhu, this one's going to be a hot one. But remember that Team SiNister have seemed like they're on a completely different level throughout the last 8 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, yeah, definitely SiNister are going to be the ones that are going to be the favors of this matchup. But LFO are kind of the closer runners-up of the underdog kind of title. But overall, I reckon they could give Team SiNister, after figuring out their whole patterns, a run for their money.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the players that have been making these things happen, making the plays throughout the last 8 weeks. We'll kick things off with Team SiNister. You guys should know these names by now. It's Vincia, Nico, Miloska, Luna, Fisher Guy, and Derpe. And now I believe Derpe is actually subbing in for Luna tonight, so this is a big one, Cthulhu. So tell us why.
Yeah, Derpe is a recurring face within the competitive siege within ANZ, considering that he was a part of previously a roster known as Wildcard, and he was quite a big player on that roster. Was usually a flex player, at least from my memory, so he can be that jack of all trades, and I reckon within this roster he could really play out well, but also have the kind of the off chance that some of the chemistry might not mesh well.
Yeah, that's going to be the big test tonight, to see how well he synergizes with the rest of the team. However, let's take a look at their opponents. It's LFO, and these guys have fought hard to make it here. It's Angmo, Mims, Nasty, Hills, Sogs, and if he's needed, Primal as well as the sub. Now, talk to me about these guys. They're probably not running a sub tonight, but they have had their PogChamp moments, I must say, throughout the league.
I mean, all 5 of those players have managed to showcase us some really good gameplay and some really good clutches. Usually we talk about 2 to 3 usually star players. This time LFO, they are one of the few rosters that can come in guns blazing from all 5 of those players, and I reckon that all of them can really showcase us some really good gameplay today.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the journey that some of these players have had. I mean, not even just here in LPL Pro, but just throughout the competitive scene as a whole. I mean, some of these players have been trying to get a big win for a while now, and tonight it could be their biggest chance to do it.
Yeah, I mean, actually, for both of those teams, actually, this would be the big chance. So for SiNister, yeah, they have been within Pro League they cemented themselves in there really, really well, but they, at least to my memory, not as of recently, they weren't able to find any kind of big LAN wins, and this could be the big one for them. Whereas for LFO, they have been trying to go for Challenger League qualifiers before. They have been attempting the Six Masters qualifiers in the last year, and just weren't able to get there quite yet. So this could also be their big chance to finally claim one of the big titles as well.
All right, well, both teams will certainly be fighting for their big win tonight. We did actually catch up with both of the teams and the captains beforehand tonight to get their thoughts on their matches. So with LFO, I mean, we've talked about these guys having an uphill battle, so I can't imagine what their thoughts must be coming into it. There must be a lot of preparation going into it, but let's see what they were feeling like.
Honestly,
beforehand.
with the lower bracket just like out of the way, out of mind, we're actually quite relieved to get past that. And we have been trying to adapt to how SiNister play and scrim against teams which have been playing in a similar manner, or ask them to play in a similar manner. And even though they are a PL team, we're trying to keep a level head and just say that just because they're PL does not mean that they are better than us. So we're just trying to fight on equal grounds here. We've been hyping each other up, and I think our confidence levels from the last game have risen quite a bit, and we're actually really fired up to be versing them and hopefully get away with the W.
And that's great to hear. These guys are coming in with a lot of confidence. They're not letting the fact that Team SiNister, I mean, are a Pro League team, the fact that they defeated them pretty handily last time they met, they're not letting that get to them. They're just focusing on making sure they play as a team, and also the way that they're focusing on how SiNister play. I mean, they're very keen on making sure their practice suits this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, look, the main thing that I like about the way how Angmo approached this is the fact that the whole roster has that fire in them. They want this title. They want that win. And the fact that they've taken quite a fair few steps to really practice against a similar playstyle. They had a fair few of the VODs as well to prep against. So, honestly, for Oddity, this is a very, very potent ground to stand on. And this is where they could take a pretty big win there against SiNister.
And now I want to hear what Team SiNister have to say, because these guys, I mean, you can imagine they've got to be confident coming into this. They haven't dropped a map throughout. They've had great success. Even the team that they're playing tonight, they defeated very handily. So their thoughts tonight have got to be very confident, I imagine. And I wonder how much they'll be specifically preparing for this team.
Basing off their performance, they ended up doing against Ferox, I believe. Nothing surprising about the way they played or surprising with the way that they came to win. We knew it was going to be a close match for both of them. In our opinion, they're both sort of equally ranked in terms of like skill base. But at the end of the day, we're only really focusing on what we can do as a team. We're not really putting too much effort into focus on how other teams play or their play styles or their strats or their bans. We're focusing on our game and how we want to play, and we're looking to replicate our performance in the previous matches throughout LPL. We're not afraid. We're here to play our own game, and we're looking forward into delivering a respectable performance for all the viewers out there.
And wow, Cthulhu, I mean, that one was actually quite different to what we just heard from LFO. They're not focused on their opponents. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not really at all. They're mostly focusing on their own performance.
Yeah, I mean, this has been their kind of usual standpoint. Even when talking to Serum, their coach, their main emphasis right now is to make sure that they make the minimal amount of mistakes, and that means giving the minimal amount of ground for the opposing team to really play off those mistakes. So, so far, I mean, honestly, this approach has been working for them really well. But if they're going to be too confident about tonight, this could also bite back at them.
All right. Well, of course, we've got to talk about the maps that they're going to be jumping onto as well. And remember, it's a best of 5, so we got 5 whole maps to go through. So first up, we're going to be kicking things off on Clubhouse, which is a Team SiNister pick. Then we'll be heading to Villa. Following that will be Kafe. And then if we get there, games 4 and 5, Border and Consulate. So, I mean, kicking things off on Clubhouse here. I mean, what does that say to you? SiNister's pick here, Cthulhu.
Look, I mean, we've seen LFO play Clubhouse, I believe, and it wasn't really impressive, especially against a team like Ferox. So this could be the place where SiNister could start off really strong. But Villa, I reckon this is where we might just be seeing a really good contestation from LFO. And honestly, I mean, all of those maps seem like we might just be seeing a really, really close contention from both of these teams. But I reckon Clubhouse could be going in favor of SiNister to begin with.
Okay, and yeah, with that as well, I mean, you move on throughout the maps. The only one that pops up is Villa from the last series that they played. And, like the other map in that series, it was very handily won by Team SiNister. So that could be an example, although that was LFO's pick. So they're clearly quite confident they can come back onto their map and maybe take out a win. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are not too far away from jumping into the game, but before we do, we've got to shout out someone that's been supporting us throughout the last 8 weeks, because, they have been supporting home entertainment today, and that's WD Black. You may have seen them before, but they have got a new product out. It's the WD Black P10 game drive, and the best part about this is you get to quickly get into your game, and it doesn't matter where you are, because it's just so easily portable. It's even durable, so you can probably drop it from the second story and it's still all good. Don't actually take my word for that, but basically it's so huge because it's 5 terabytes. You can take it wherever you want. You can take it to a LAN once lockdown's over. You plug it in, play, and then you're ready to go once you've logged in with every single game you have, and it is now available from JB Hi-Fi. So big shout out to WD Black for making this happen for Rainbow Six Siege. But Cthulhu, we've got to get into the meat of tonight. It's the grand final. Team SiNister versus LFO coming in here on Clubhouse. Let's get into the banning phase and kick things off.
Indeed. Well, it is going to be LFO that will be banning out first, as they were the ones that chosen the defending side, since SiNister were the ones that picked the map. So I reckon for them to start things off on Clubhouse will be a really good beginning for them, considering that overall Clubhouse is within a certain boundaries. It can be a really defender-sided map. So with Jackal and Thatcher off the board, it could certainly be a pretty solid beginning, considering that that's your roam clear pretty much off the board, and that is the easy breach denial, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Easy
we'll carry things on. Yeah, yeah. You got there in the end. You got there in the end. Now, Thatcher's a pretty common ban anyway, so it's not too much of a surprise. Now, the Jackal, though, do you feel that one's a bit of a common ban, or maybe we're seeing something being targeted out against LFO?
I'm not too sure whether it's a target ban, but it's somewhat one of those kind of still reoccurring bans that we see from time to time, because Jackal hasn't really been changed for a fair while now, and he's still a very big pain in the side to play against, especially within a really well-organized competitive manner. So taking him out is just going to be one of those utilities that can allow you to kind of wedge out some of the defenders from their positions and to allow maybe some of the vertical plays in as well. So with that out, the attack will have to be really out there to kind of go in blind almost if they don't use their drones.
Okay, so now we're seeing the first sets of operators being picked here for round number 1. Something to pick up on is Maverick has slipped through the ban phase. It does occasionally cop a ban through it, but it means Team SiNister, we're going to see the tried and true dance around some of these breaching sites to see how well they can sneak through and how well they can get past LFO's defenses.
Yeah, it slipped past me, really, the fact that Maverick pretty much evaded the whole ban phase, really, because he's usually the one that gets banned out, because he ignores pretty much the bandits, the Kai charges, the mute jammers. He doesn't care. He just opens up the holes in the reinforced walls, or hatches for that matter, and really easy breach. But that also, the fact that he now also comes in with a frag grenade makes him extra powerful, because if you take a look right now on the utility of the offense, so you have Fisher Guy with technically 4 projectiles, so that's the 2 stun grenades, 2 impact grenades. You have 3 flashbangs and 4 frag grenades, and that is excluding the other breaching utility that can be brought in. So SiNister will have quite a fair bit of the utility to use to burn through what Angmo and Sogs are bringing in, because a Wamai and Jaeger combo is going to be a menace to deal with.
Yeah, and they'll have to get it done early as well, because of course, Wamai building up his magnets throughout the round. You don't want to deal with it when, he's just throwing magnets out near the end and you don't have anything left. But here we go, as SiNister have now entered the building and now getting through some of these sites and just setting everything up and making sure they've got a clear path towards the objective.
Yeah, right now they just need to kick things off really stay in a fickle manner, because right now with all the C4s that LFO do love utilizing, by the way, they need to be really careful, and opening up those really close to that entry doorway into the armory instead of somewhere further down the hallway is definitely a good idea, just because it allows you to have, first of all, the sightline into the armory rotation hole, and 2, it's, well, you pretty much are cutting off the rotation from the church into the armory, or the easy one. So with that said, though, the C4 from Mims will be kicking things off.
Yeah, I was about to say SiNister looked like they had a great position, but one thing when you're standing on a wooden floor you need to watch out for is that C4. So Nico's going to pay the price for that one, losing out to Buck and a whole lot of breach that they may be looking for with their position. But there's the X-Kairos going off, so they've got a pathway down below, but the minute and a half now, they've got to start clearing things out, and they've only got 4 people. They've taken down 1 Vulcan shield, and this drone is going to catch out, but it will be very quickly eliminated. And so now they might know what's going on down there, but they won't get any more information.
Yeah, drone economy is definitely a huge thing, and right now SiNister are going to be lacking on it. Only have 3 drones at their disposal to gain some information, and, well, with all of the setup that so far they've gone through, there's still plentiful amount to be drained off, and with Hill still having another C4, this could be quite a challenge to deal with here.
Okay, now we're 40 seconds away, and there's still 2 gas grenades for Nasty, and well, that can buy you a whole lot of time when the bomb site goes down. 4 members of SiNister make that 3 as Mims pops Molluska's head off. They've got to go in now. They've got to get through. Now 1 more gas grenade. Nasty goes down, but not before he sets off the gas grenade. So he's used them. He's bought the time. He's done his job. Derpe gets his kill though, but it just keeps coming out for LFO, who start ripping them apart. Fisher guys trying to still make it happen, but he's got 13 seconds and 3 defenders on LFO to get through, and a bomb defuse at a plant, but he cannot get it done. And so LFO will take the first round.
That was a really well-held play by LFO, all things considered, considering that this is, we bang on in the middle of that 20-second meta that everyone been talking about, just because pretty much the gist of it is that for a fair bit of time you need to drain out all the utility, and only in the last 20 to 30 seconds you only then can make that push, and during that is just a full-on chaos of frags and everything, and this is where you need to prove your kind of fragging prowess. But unfortunately here for SiNister, and very fortunate for LFO, they just went into really controllable for LFO 1v1 gunfights where they were able to win them out just based off the guns. So,
and not to mention the C4 that kicked it all off from Mims.
Oh, yes.
I mean, getting that kill nice and early on was fantastic. Team SiNister looked like they had the advantage standing on top of them. Looked like they had the high ground.
Yeah, usually the high ground is much more preferred, otherwise you can get your feet burned. But apart from that, right now, really it seemed that the LFO did manage to pull off the big play and managed to just keep staying on top of everything, really. They had their just general setup all ironed out. They have their gunfights ironed out, and it's working out really, really well here in the first round for LFO. But can they keep up that momentum? This is the main question, because a fair few teams do struggle with that consistency.
Yeah, well, now we get to move up a floor onto the second floor and see if the same thing is going to happen. We're not going to see C4 destroying people's legs as we go into it, assumingly they don't stand on any soft floors and have a defender below them for some reason. But we may see a different round here, because Team SiNister, they basically started that round off from the... Oh, hang on, this is very close to the defenders. We may see something going on. There's a few shots coming out from the roof, but calms down, nothing too crazy. Now we're just back to Derpe trying to get his way through the garage.
Yeah, so Derpe has been already flexing his ability to be that kind of flex player. He can go for some frags, he can go for some really impressive plays, and he can go for some really impressive frags, but right now he needs to just make sure that his overall chemistry with the team is boding really well. And if he manages to assist his team in going for that further push, and through that breach that he's currently making for CCTV wall, then this is going to be the big play.
Yeah, and for now, SiNister, I mean, they're still just gathering intel, still just making sure they can find the proper path in. You've got Nico, who's sitting below, just waiting patiently to see if he can pop off a cheeky little kill early on. Because the cheeky little kill sets you up so well for the later end of the round, especially if you can do it on attack, so that you can to clear it up here. But as we're moving up to the roof, everyone's going up here. It looks like this will be where SiNister look to approach the building.
Yeah, with Vincier already dropping down, he knows that there might be something sus happening in there, and with the Zofia gone, the quick cheeky trade on the Legion will be coming out. So equaling the ground away, but Nico is really, really low on health. So right now that frag onto Agmo needs to come out, and Vincier needs to be very much aware that there is a roamer staring right at that doorway, so the peek needs to come out. He knows there's the jiggle peek as well with the shoulder, and Agmo is tagged up quite substantially. Really well organized there between.
Yeah, Vincier was hungry for that kill. He rushed in and grabbed it, and now has set his team up to move in the final minute. We're looking for another kill, but nobody is there. The pre-fires will find nobody, and so Derpe, he is still sitting out here, still just hanging out, looking for that angle and covering his team as they have to start moving in the next 40 seconds. They're just on the other side of the wall, but they are very imminently about to go for the breach. You can see that there is a defender sitting in there. LFO is about to get surprised. Just below, Nico has been sitting down there too, but 30 seconds to go, and the next gas bomb does go out. Sogs finding Derpe is going to slow SiNister down. but SiNister can't afford to slow down, but 2 gas bombs are now in their way. They're going to go for a breach on the wall, perhaps, and find a way through. They've got to go in now, but they're just so low at the moment. And now, with the gas bombs out, they're going for a different path. Vincier goes through the window instead. They've got to find LFO. Mims rips him down, and Vincier gets ripped down too. And now, they don't have anyone left, and LFO take round number 2.
What started off really well there for Team SiNister, finding those couple trades and then finding the roamer, ended up in the choke, really, the moment they got really close to this site, and well, after that, it didn't really work out for them. They had the breach going, but inability to have any presence, maybe from downstairs, with the fact that Nico abandoned his position from down below. At that moment, probably was one of the reasons, but at the same time, it's just the fact that they didn't really claim any meaningful ground. It was really one-sided of a push, and with Derpe going down at that breach, I'd imagine, it kind of all went downhill there for SiNister. So definitely not the best play that they could have pulled out, but it definitely looked much better comparative to what we saw on around number 1.
Looked better, but it wasn't close enough. And LFO, despite looking like the underdogs coming into today's grand final, they've already cleaned up 2 rounds so far, and it has looked clean on these rounds. I mean, they lost a few frags in the previous round. However, it still felt like they had the position and the plan. The plan was always there to buy that time and give SiNister no chance to make it in a time with a proper rush.
Yeah, because SiNister they are a very able team to pull off some rush strats, some slow down kind of plays, but really they need to make sure that they apply extra aggression here. Because on some of the pushes, on some of the positions that we did see from LFO, it almost seemed like the moment you would apply pressure, say, on the garage, the moment you would apply pressure, say, on those red stairs at the CCTV, that whole attention would have been gone away, and you would be able to wedge out that smoke player, at least from Cash, and that is your entry kind of play here. So some of the things just didn't seem to work out really well there for the team, but hey, maybe it's just kind of them adjusting to how the newer LFO play out.
Well, they do, however, have another round to go at it, certainly wanting to win this one. Going down 3-0 could be pretty rough for them in the first half of the half. And so, as we get into it again, a similar kind of plan here. They're going for the breach to the garage, and they've already made the hole in the wall. And so now it's just all about getting through. But you could see the LFO are sitting on just the other side.
Yeah, with the breach already fully done, the show guy will now try to wedge out of the player. There is one on the red stairs, and Nico is about to find him if he won't be too careful, as Agmo is, I believe, is the one that is actually playing on those stairs, and Nico is full ready. So right now, it's a fairly well-organized push, but with already almost half a round gone, only now taking control of Cash is going to be a bit of a scary position, considering that, well, so far through the previous 2 rounds, they've been lacking on the time quite severely.
Well, yeah, the difference here, though, no gas bombs to buy a ton of time, and so LFO is certainly just going to have to go for a lot of these frag fights. And now that SiNister is starting to push in, we might see the burst of the peak just a little bit more. Around the corner, you can see the bullets starting to fly. No one has taken a hit just yet. And so far, SiNister at least keep their health bars alive, but LFO, I mean, they are running the clock down, and SiNister have got to start moving soon.
Yeah, with Nico just about to make the entry to the logistics office, it is going to be actually Official Guy that will be trying to go in for the pressure, as the magnet did get destroyed. Angmo finds the shot onto the lost cannon right now with the advantage. Whoop, just swooped back into the favor of, well, neither of the teams, really. We're just about getting to the last 40 seconds of the round. They have finally taken control of the construction, but only with a single frag being traded between the 2 teams. It is not the best case scenario here for the attack.
Yeah, about to head in right now. SiNister have to start rushing. They've lost Molosca, but that's about it. They still have a bit of hard breach, but they've lost another member as he falls down. Angmo picking up Fisho Guy. So now, 20 seconds to go, they're just rushing into their death as they get in there. The C4 picking that one up, but Vincier does find Mims. So now, Nico and Vincier, they're the ones that have to do it, but Nico falls. It's all up to Vincier again, and he falls following very shortly. LFO, Angmo, they're all picking up these kills, and they are looking on fire.
Oh yes, they do. 3 rounds in a row so far on the defense is a really, really good scoreline here against SiNister. And it certainly shows that LFO, like they talked in that interview, they just approaching SiNister like just yet another team they have to play. And the fact that they're a Pro League team and LFO are not yet doesn't really seem to phase them in any shape or form. And that is a really good sign here for LFO, as they did just go through the perfect 3-site rotation.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, they've been practicing against teams that play just like SiNister, or asking them to play like SiNister in scrims. So LFO, they've been doing their homework, and I've got to say, it has been showing off here. The practice, the strategies, it's all working out for them. SiNister, they're going to have to crack something else here to find a way in. We're moving down to the basement, so perhaps they can find some good high ground positions to break through. It didn't quite work out on round 1 when they had the high ground, but maybe they've learned from that one. If they don't go down to a C4, they could get it done this time.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far, it's been a bit of a struggle there, even for Derpe as well, as he was the one to die as one of the first few people during the big pushes, and it just doesn't seem to be showing that he's boating well. He is a good solo player. If you put him on, say, fragging positions, say, Ash, say, Zafia, even Buck, he will go and play really well. On defense, putting him on, say, something like an anchor, Maestro, Echo, back in the days when Maestro had an ACOG, he was an absolute beast. And he would be able to demolish and stop any team from planting anytime, anywhere. And right now, it definitely seems like there's still a little bit of that rust gathered that needs to be shaken off. So right now, a good push there by Vincere, as the man does find an entry kill onto Angmo, and that early frag is a really, really good beginning here.
But Angmo's been having a great round so far. You can already see he's had 4 frags too. To take him off so early into the round is great. It eliminates a ton of risk for SiNister. They have been losing members occasionally just before going into the push. So to eliminate Angmo from doing that is fantastic. So a great way to start this round.
Yeah, now they do need to take control of either the blue tunnel and the dirt tunnel, or start going for some extra pressure, because right now, I don't think it will work as well if they just gonna sit and plunder on their positions, because there's 3 C4s that LFO can bring, and we saw how destructive those C4s can be against teams like SiNister in those 3 previous rounds.
Yeah, and time is going to be a factor too, because we've seen them run out of time and time again. 1 minute and a half to go, and there is still a ton of time-wasting abilities left for LFO. I mean, the big ones, obviously, the gas bombs. Sog still has 2 batteries as well, so that's 2 breaches he can deny if he plays it right. So LFO, despite only having 4 people, still have everything still set up utility-wise to defend.
Oh yeah, they have everything. They have the gas grenades, they have the C4s, they even have the Mirror, who also managed to slip through the ban phase, and well, while she's usually not the one being used up as much, there's the C4, by the way. Oh, there's the explosion. Won't actually catch him.
There was a C4.
Yeah, there was, yeah, but there's still 2 more there to be played out. But overall, I mean, right now, the position, very cheeky plays.
Man, the timing on those peaks was great. One peaked and then the other one peaks after he'd already gone back around. It was a little bit of a merry-go-round. But as we jump into it, no one died. Nico he dropped low, but he's still alive for now. Mims has lost a bit of health, and Hills has lost all of his health, and now the fight is really going down. 30 seconds. Miloska is going for the plant. They've got enough people to do it, but now they've got to clean it up. As Sogs finds a C4 kill onto Derpe, and now the 3v3 begins. The pressure on to LFO. They've got to find it. The gas grenades do go down, and now everyone from LFO has fallen, and SiNister managed to get the job done and win round 4.
See, this is the beauty when you have that extra player that is pressuring from above, because the moment Nico still managed to keep his position in kitchen safe and sound and him staying alive, he was continuously putting pressure on the armory, which meant that anyone that was playing armory had to keep their attention at that very specific spot, and they needed to go with that. So just like that, SiNister managing to finally break that curse of those 3 rounds and potentially starting their kind of uprising there, because for them right now, they need to win the next 2 rounds to feel kind of comfortable going into the defensive side. Whereas for LFO, well, I mean, 2 more rounds again, if they're going to win, I mean, putting SiNister on a 5-1 scoreline is going to be already an impressive showcase as it is.
Yeah, and now coming into the next round, LFO, I mean, they just love wasting SiNister's time, and you can see that reflected in their operator choices. I mean, Smoke's coming up again, of course, but you're still bringing up Goyo, who can just buy a ton of time with his Vulcan shields. Then you kind of have sort of time wasters with Jaeger, who can just basically force you to sit there, throw flashbangs in, throw in all your utility until it's gone. As well as just draining the utility is the main reason you've got it. So I like how LFO are playing into a strength that's clearly working.
Yeah, but the other thing is, if you look in kind of at the overall play that LFO so far has been going for, in a nutshell, it's been pretty similar to what they've been pulling off, because you usually see Angmo on that usual kind of roam. You have 4 people just anchoring on side, and then occasionally you would see either Mims or Hills kind of go on that roaming play. So technically, yeah, LFO was saying that they changed around their playstyle. They were prepping for the way how SiNister play, but maybe apart from the fact how they pace themselves, that is probably just about it, really, considering that, well, once again, Angmo was holding angle on the main stairs, but the moment he saw some gunshots, he just fell back.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what a round looks like when we lose Angmo early on. So we'll have to see if LFO can still take a round out, even if he does die early. And he might not even die early in this round. And so we'll have to wait probably until a little later on. It looks like he survived the early phase to get his roaming done. As we get a little closer to the breach now about to happen. So you can see Derpe looking to open the hatch. Well, that'll give SiNister the entry down, and even a few little murder holes just in the side of the hatch. So now they've got the position. Can they find any frags?
Yeah, Suggs did get punished there for trying to get a little bit cheeky with peeking that hole, as I don't think he expected there to be another person peeking the very same breach hole. So a good beginning, but no kind of win there just yet for SiNister, as the C4s might just start flying very soon, as actually it's only down to Suggs and C4. But apart from that, really, no Wamai is going to be meaning that there's way less utility that will need to get burned before their main push will happen, and that is a good sign for LFO, at least utility-wise.
Yeah, and a lot of breaching has actually already been done, despite all the breach denial that LFO wanted to bring in. So now we're going to go in and drain that ADS, make sure you can throw anything you want down there, breaching your way down to get into the bomb site. A minute to go, running over the floorboards there, you've got to be careful. A few lucky shots through the floor can easily ruin your chances of a round. Throwing the frag down, cooking it up a little bit. Sogs finds C4 kill up in the background, but Derpe's nade certainly worked out for him, and now they picked up a kill apiece, but Mims has taken the advantage back over to LFO. Now, the clock running down, SiNister are looking to make their way in. They're taking these risky parts. Nasty still has his gas bomb. Sogs picking up another kill. 2v4, and SiNister even taking this. They can't even drop down.
Yeah, with Nico trying to make some amends, trying to make some things work right now between him and Fisher, they need to find some frags going for themselves. Because right now, Sogs, Nasty, Mims, and Hill pretty much has been having some really good time and going for the strike. There's the play onto Kai. That Sogs is just down. Fisher does manage to find the shot onto the bandit, but amidst all the chaos and amidst all the gas, Mims is the one that's going to find the shot on him. And, well, LFO just pushed themselves into 4 points already.
Yeah, and just like that, we thought that maybe SiNister had something going when they had the position, the frag grenades, and through the floor and everything. But once again, the C4 is what catches them out. So close to the start of the round, they managed to get a few, just easy frag kills, shooting the dude. But at the end of the day, they still had the position. They still had so much left to keep SiNister back and just make them run into yet another really risky play. With that, they're now looking at 4-1. This is great for LFO.
And this is a fantastic ground to play, and it certainly shows that their prep has been working out really, really well. But CCTV and Cash Room, the final round of the first half already, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the big moment kind of truth between these two teams. Because right now, yes, SiNister is a big caliber team, but right now it seems that they have been slacking a little bit almost on some of the homework that has been done. And well, if LFO do manage to find themselves a 5-1 scoreline, I think we just might be seeing a fairly quick ending here for the first map.
I mean, you mentioned that, but we have certainly seen teams come back from a 5-1
Yeah,
before.
we did
But
see some
we'll just hold our breath for now. You know, we'll let it run out because it certainly does look like LFO are the team to look out for right now. We'll see what it looks like once they swap sides, but for now, we're on the final round of them defending, unless we go to overtime, and then we'll see exactly what things are going to be looking like here as the final round. We're up on the second floor, Cthulhu, SiNister, they've got one more shot to get it done on attack.
And once again, bringing in the Maverick on Derpe. I'm still feeling a little bit questionable about that choice, considering that, yeah, Maverick is a fantastic operator, but considering the outcomes so far between the fact how Derpe's performance so far has been a little bit lackluster, to say at the very least, why not say bring in, say Twitch, bring in a Thermite and Hibana, and then go for rather more of a conventional breach and have that instead going, considering that, well, there's nobody tricking the wall, there's nobody mute jamming the wall, well, yeah, there's nobody there, so really it would have been a free real estate there for Team SiNister to breach open, and with that comes kind of a bit of an easier and faster play.
And that drone got so much information. Just going to nade up through the floor and see if there's anyone up there. Turns out there isn't. And so that they've got a decent position to find anyone from below. Another frag goes down and just tickles Nico. He brushes that off like it ain't anything. And Hills has taken a bit of damage as well over on Mirror, but he's already got the Mirror down, so he's going to be all right. But this has been half the round already, and SiNister, they've made a little bit of progress, but they haven't really started running down most of the utility for LFO.
Yeah, this has been pretty much the main kind of headline of this matchup so far, is that SiNister can make a really good initial progress, but after that they just seem to be stalling out and just unable to find any closures. Talking about closures though, Angmo to go down to the hands of Fisher guys, so that is a good beginning, as well as Vincier actually finding the shots, as he's already actually on site.
Yeah, and this could be it. This could be where SiNister take the round. They've already got 2 kills. They can just go in for the 5v3. Still nasty with all of his gas bombs, but holding the line. Vincier, he doesn't actually get it because someone sneaks up from behind and picks him out. And he did actually get the kill though, so it will just be a trade. And it was on nasty. No gas bombs for that smoke anymore. And now SiNister should be looking strong for this one. They've picked up Hills. They've just got one more member of LFO to clean up. They can go for the plant. Miloska's going to easily put that one down. And you can imagine Sogs has got to pop his head out at some point. And here he comes, but it's straight into the faces of SiNister. He gets one of them, actually. He gets Fisher Guy, but it was at the cost of almost all of his health. And he goes down to a light breeze from Miloska as they pick up round at number 6.
So, 4-2 scoreline, very much defender-sided there, albeit that you can still come back from it. It's only a 2-round deficit, and with some good organization, especially on Clubhouse defense, you can pull off some really good plays, but SiNister right now, I mean, they seeming to be getting caught off on each and every timing possible, whereas for LFO, it's just been absolutely just one of the more enjoyable games probably so far, and that is the feeling of potentially the sweet revenge to be coming out as well, considering that Hills has been very, very persistent on using the Nomad. He was a very good Nomad player for LFO, and I wouldn't be excluding the fact that his utility combined with, say, Capital will be extremely powerful here.
Yeah, and I believe he actually copped 2 out of 3 Nomad bans last week as well, so you can clearly see he likes the operator, especially if a team is going to let him have it. So now he swaps sides. LFO now going to be on the attack, and that's always the big question that we got to ask when a team does well on defense is, can they replicate it here on attack, and can they do it against Team SiNister? And so coming into this round, Cthulhu, we're up here on the second floor. SiNister, they're looking all right on defending it, so how are they going to approach this one? I mean, just looking at their operators and their positions.
I mean, looking so far, the Mute Mozzie combo is probably the more prominent one, considering that, well, there's no, well, apart from the Kaid on Vincier, actually, out of all the players, he's going to be the only breach denial. That's one. 2 things straight away is that SiNister are going for the full full just turtle strat, because Derpe and Milostka on the Jaeger and Womai will be chewing up all the projectiles, whereas Nico and Fisher with their utility will be denying any kind of info gathering here that LFO could be grabbing. So it will be forcing LFO at a really, really unfavorable position where they will have to pretty much face check each and every corner.
Certainly, face checking is probably one of the worst things you can do in this game. So it's always great when you can force your opponents.
Yeah, it's
unless
far from. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, unless you know exactly where their head is, but then can you really call it face checking at that point?
Oh, it actually seemed that one of the air jabs was actually caught out outside, so that is actually a good denial as well of the air jabs being utilized to deny some of the runouts, but that also shows that there might be a roamer around the construction / master bedroom, and this is where the main runouts can be watched, but bear in mind this does actually take up one of the players.
It's definitely got to work out because Hills has none left, and so he's got to find something with it. You got to imagine Derpe's taking a good chunk of damage on that Jaeger, so his roaming is going to be pretty weak later on, but he's already got all the ADS down, so he's done a little bit of his job so far. You can see a defender, SiNister, just poking his head around. If he finds that peak a little too soon, he could lose his head. And so now we might see the entry coming out, but no, it's LFO still being careful, still just making sure they've got every angle. There's a nade coming out. But it doesn't find anyone. Or now, no, look at that, it finds a C4 Bistro guy, a double kill.
Oh my. And just like that, the whole attack of LFO has started crumbling down. Even with the fact that Derpe and Milostka are extremely low on health, the fact that they're just alive is extremely powerful here. With Derpe going down, it's still 4v1, and well, things are not looking all swell here for Sogs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure SiNister have everything in the toolbox to keep Sogs out for now, so Sogs will be looking for that miracle play to see if he can pop off and have a beautiful moment for his team, but SiNister are going to be completely ready to shut him down. He's not even on full health. He's got to go up and get the diffuser. Everything's a bit of a mess with only 25 seconds to go, and so SiNister very likely just going to look to clean this one up. But Sogs, he might get a cheeky little frag here or there to just feel a little bit better about himself, but he won't even get that.
Completely denied, but that C4 right at the beginning of the push by Official was huge. Plus also, I gotta point out, as I think there was a Claymore at the entrance into Garage from that doorway, and the beautiful thing is that actually I believe it was Nico that showcased that on his Twitter as well, is that you can use, if you hack the drone with your Mozzie Pass, you can actually use the drone to drive out and block out the lasers of the Claymore, so that you can go for the safe run out. And that has been happening already before in the ESL Pro League games of Team SiNister. And I think this is where they're flexing on them once again.
That looks like a bit of a flex for sure. And another flex that may be coming out of LFO. I mean, this operator lineup looks quite spicy. So let's talk about it. You got Montang, and you've also got Fuse coming in. You don't see these guys pop up very often at all.
Yeah, I mean, usually you either see Fuse or Monty just because both of them are fairly experimental in the current meta. But I reckon this could work out unless Derpe, the Echo King, or well, at least one of the Echo Kings within ANZ competitive siege, will prevent that. Because with Echo Yokai drones, for those unaware, his blast from the drone can actually unshield Sogs to the point where he's forced to kind of go for a crash down, and this is where he's going to be even more exposed, and LFO need to be really prepped for that.
It's definitely something you got to watch out for, as you can see them about to move in, and well, they're all on similar sides of the map as we get closer and closer to it. You can see everyone just down below there for Team SiNister. They had a great first round on defense, so we'll see if it happens out here again, because this is a very different strategy now coming out for LFO, and honestly, it could go either way.
It could certainly go either way, really. I mean, with the way how LFO could play this out is that the Fuse will be the one to kind of clear out all of the projectile draining utility that defense would have had, and after that they go in for the push, which could work out really well. But the two C4s that SiNister have have something to say about that, really.
Yeah, the C4s, but also the yokai drones, like you were mentioning. That's going to be certainly something to watch out for, and see if Derpe can just be that much of a pain in the side for LFO as they make their push. They've kept everything going for now, and it's only a minute in, so you've got to imagine they're just looking to get these positions, find the place to put those fuse charges, and you can see they're just below, and they're on that soft floor, so it's always dangerous walking around that, especially when there is C4 on the enemy team, and we can see that they still have 2.
Yeah, not taking control yet of either blue tunnel or the oil pit, really. It's not a really good showcase, as it looks like LFO are trying to stack maybe the kitchen drop or the main stairs, which isn't a bad idea per se, but you would really want to have at least one person presence down in the either dirt tunnel or the blue tunnel, just to take kind of the overall attention off the main push, where Sogs is actually going to be, and if he over pushes with the diffuser on, this is going to be quite a huge thing.
Well, the fuse charges are now going off, blowing up everything in their path. 1 minute until they have to make their move, and so Sogs will have to start stepping around that corner. You said he couldn't rush, but soon he will have to. And now they're about to start moving in. Nico's already lost a little bit of health on the defense, but he still has a Vulcan shield to go. He can still plop that down whenever he needs to buy a little bit of extra time. There goes Nade straight onto Sogs to maybe slow him down a little bit, but completely immortal. The big thing is, though, Fisher Guy picking up hills. No more Nomad means 4v5, 30 seconds to go. That is a tough ask. Now they've got to start moving in, and already Fisher Guy has been traded back. Now SiNister are looking a little more vulnerable. They're onto the site, but a death already coming out onto LFO. Derpe actually picking up 2 of them. It's all up to Mims, all up to Nasty to deny this plant. Mims starting off on Vincier. That's a great way to keep it going. They've got to try and get their way in. 8 seconds to go. They can't get it done. 1 falls down, and now it's all up to Mims. He's still got 2 X-Kairos, but who cares? Nico is down. So this is a 2v1. They hear it going down, but there wasn't enough time. And with that, SiNister will pick up the win.
Some really, really good plays. A really well, nicely held defense there by SiNister, as they already managed to even the round count out. Again, we are now on a 4 apiece, and that just shows the difference between kind of the way how LFO defended the downstairs side and the way how SiNister played it out. Because LFO, first of all, they had to deal, well, obviously, with Maverick, and, well, they couldn't have really any kind of aggressive play happen in the Memorial Room, whereas this time for SiNister, they had full control of the Memorial, and that is another angle for the crossfire to be held, which was executed really well there by Fisher Guy. So one of those plays, and as well as that, some really, really prominent positioning around Armor with the ability to rotate onto the blue into the blue tunnel, rather than how LFO did it, where they had some some blue tunnel presence, and then they would have to rotate in should the need come through. So some of the positioning is really good, but overall, just the way how SiNister played off each other is what separates between them and how LFO did it.
Well, LFO certainly putting up a good fight so far, but still yet to pick up a win here on attack. We're only a few rounds in, so they have plenty of chances to so far, and it takes SiNister 3 rounds to do so. So this could be the round that LFO managed to do it. We're over to the gym and the bedroom, and so let's see if they can get it done as they move up to the 2nd floor and take a look at their approach.
Yeah, well, it seems that Agma was not planning to waste any more time, taking control of the garage and waiting for that. And I'm going to show aggression initial push, but it seems that it's already been prepped there by Nico.
Yeah.
That is a cheeky angle, I gotta say, because that was shot from above. That was from CCTV.
Yeah, but that was a really brave way to go in as well. This is going straight through the middle here. You got to be careful, of course, and it does move away, so Nasty won't just get popped through the hole. But yeah, bravely running into the garage like that for Angmo is always a risky strategy. He could have paid more for it, but a quarter of his health, that'll be enough for now. And so with that, that's all he really loses, and that's okay. And so now it feels like LFO are still mostly stuck outside. They're looking for a peek through the hole, but they don't find anything just yet.
Yeah, for now they're going to be going for just the Maverick trick, as Angmo is the one that is going to try to already have some aggression going, as seems that Nasty has decided to prompt for just a crouch hole. Really, he doesn't need to waste all the fuel on his blowtorch onto a big breach, as right now his fuel will be definitely needed there to have a grand opening onto that cache floor.
Yeah, and it's certainly running low as he's down to his last tank, so he's going to have to make it all account as he gets into the building. And now with LFO starting to approach, they're moving across the building and taking a bit of a shot here. Sogs loses a good chunk of health here, and now he feels a little bit pinned. Mims, with the diffuser too, has to find his way past, and whoever shot Sogs. So now this is super risky. They've got to really consider it. They've already lost someone as they start moving into Moloska, picking that one up onto Angbo, losing the Kafe tower, and they're still firing from the outside. Sogs desperately trying to find a kill, but it will be Moloska to pick up his second kill, and he's still looking for more. Yeah, Sogs does find his one from the outside, but now his position has been spotted, and so with that, he does manage to finalize the kill. Keep it going, but 3 attackers against 4, that's a big ask, but Nasty wants to even it up, makes it a 3v3, but he does lose a lot of his health for it, and so now it's still in their advantage, but it is a lot closer for LFO to make this one work.
The main issue is right now for LFO is that there is a roamer coming around on the flank, and right now he did reveal his position. Fisher guy is down in CCTV room, so ultimately it is a 2v3, and with right now Nico and Derpe as the remaining 2 players, things might get a little bit dicey here, as already Sogs making an entrance into bedroom. The plant can go down, it needs to go down on the double, as right now the main job here for SiNister is just to deny the time and just to deny the play, as Nico doesn't have any impact, so won't be able to make a breach as P4 comes out, but a very worst timing possible here, and well, in a 3v1 situation, Nico with a full health needs to push out the clutch if he wants to keep his team intact.
Yeah, worst timing if your team's SiNister, but LFO, it could not have worked out better. They get the plant down just in time and just put way too much pressure on the SiNister to win that round. And so LFO now taking the lead once more after everything was evened up. We move on to round number 10. And man, this grand finals, Cthulhu, we thought maybe Team SiNister were just looking to come in for a sweep, but LFO have shown us something else, where they've come in and proven that they are here to fight.
Oh yeah, they here for the full win. They want it, they're hungry for it. They, even in the interview, they said that they have that fire and that passion to go for the win. So this is the prime time for them to get activated, to go in for the big win. And CCTV and Cash Room will be one of the next sites that will be defended by SiNister, as right now LFO are only 1 round away from gaining themselves the match point. And well, after that, SiNister, the closest thing that will be looking for them is the overtime.
They still got to get there, though. We saw last week LFO were involved in 2 out of 3 maps that went close to overtime, but there was a team sitting there on 5 points the whole time. So that could be how this one goes. So don't forget to hold your breath as we move in here. Round number 10, SiNister looking to even things up. They have had some pretty good rounds so far. Defense, LFO, they've only just picked up their first win on attack. They can keep it going, but they're going to have to pull up more rounds like that that we just saw. We're moving up to the 2nd floor again, so it seemed to work out well for them in the previous round. Maybe LFO can get it done here again.
It's certainly quite a tough ask here for them after having a really good advantage after the first half and losing it all out, and only now starting to gain back in, only a single point advantage. They really need to get back into their game, and well, Nasty not wasting a single second, really will be going in for the push and trying to go in for the breach. Nobody from SiNister, by the way, will be even bothering to contest that play, and interestingly enough, it's just about the same lineup that pretty much denied any play to come out for LFO.
Yeah, they are hanging around though, so they do know that something's going on, and they'll be waiting patiently for it to just pick off anyone that does go through any kind of hole that is made. We got a lot of this torch being used to make their way through, and so with that, we just get into a few more angles as Angmo goes in, rips out a few windows to just keep SiNister on their toes, make a few more entry points, and eventually Nasty will get this hole done and dusted and be ready to move in soon.
Yeah, Nasty so far has been one of the key players there, as well as Mims really, and just overall, the whole roster has been really ready to frag out. With already so much time drained, they want to make sure that they capitalize on each and every bit of ground that is being given away by SiNister. And it certainly seems that they are now learning. They have taken control of the bedroom, and right now, it certainly looks like SiNister might get cornered in just a slight bit.
Yeah, they have certainly been delayed a little bit as they are taking some time to move in, and LFO, they can't afford to be slow on the timer here because there's not much left. And well, SiNister, they've got plenty to anchor here, but Nico just rips Sog's head off, and now that is just one person down that cannot be involved in this attack, which is already running out of time.
It's not just that as well, as it's also the fact that, well, that is the control of the ground floor, completely given back to Team SiNister right now. And, well, they are going to be going in for the rush as Mims' head get taken off. Hills as well gone. That is just a full push of the construction, completely forfeited right now. This was probably one of the more botched pushes that LFO could have gone for.
Yeah, they kind of ran into the meat grinder a little bit there at that door. It was running out of time, so there was a little bit of desperation coming out of it, but it was handily shut down there by SiNister. They're evening things up, and now we're getting into the meat of the match. The next team to win here is looking to be in prime position to take out that victory and at least force overtime. So this is going to be a very important round coming into it. We still get to have SiNister on defense, and for all intents and purposes, they've been looking better on that role. And so LFO had a better defense for sure, but they won't get the chance to do that again until we go to overtime, if we go to overtime.
Yeah, so Church so far has been won by SiNister, and it was off the back of just a good overall coordination on how they hold the armory, because LFO really just went for a very one-sided push, and that pretty much cost them the round. So here, LFO will be looking at making amends to the strat, to the pushes, and well, it certainly looks like they are going to be going for exactly that. Angmo being brought on board as the IQ, and then having Sogs back on Zofia certainly will be a better idea overall, considering that Sogs is so far as one of the top fraggers already on double digits.
Yeah, by quite a lot as well. I mean, Mims is close with 9 as well, so we've got to keep our eyes on him too. Looking for the breaches with the next Kairos is going to be very important here, coming in to the basement. You could see LFO maybe looking to go through the tunnel as well, but let's take a look at their approach, see where they're going to be looking to go through. Neither team has really looked at the tunnel even a little bit so far, so maybe we won't see them go towards it.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Nasty is actually being extra careful about maybe having some peeks happen from the top floor, as they did see, I believe, Fisher guy going out at the top floor and trying to maybe show some presence, or even just those 1 or 2 mute jammers that could potentially put LFO at that kind of moment of thinking, hey, maybe there's a roamer there, maybe we need to get rid of him, and they will be needing to spend some extra time on that. But whilst 1 or 2 players are at it, the remainder needs to start going in for the push. They need to start taking ground from SiNister.
Yeah, and as well as the fact that it's on the basement, do LFO look to take some of the high ground and then put themselves at risk of 3, that's right, count them, 3 C4s here for Team SiNister. That's a dangerous play to make, and so you got to imagine that maybe it could all be up to Angmo searching for these players and searching for anything that suggests perhaps where they could be, but with all the intel gathering, it is running the clock down, but they still have a bit of time, but for now, they haven't got too much info just apart from where most of the gadgets are.
Look at just the way how they have the setup. It just proves that they're the masters of the sea, considering that they've opened up just a random shotgun hole into the strip club, and already it made LFO, even for a few seconds, question, hey, maybe there's some presence there. And it's already been shown before, SiNister are able to trick some of the teams into thinking that, hey, maybe the site is on another plant, or maybe there's they're just going for a completely full-on offside roam, but it's not the case here. SiNister are full 5-man turtling, and right now, well, LFO are looking at finding some early peaks from above.
Yeah, big brain players for big brain epic gamers, and so 1 minute to go now, LFO have, with all that time kind of used as they've approached the sites. They're now finally here. They're above the floor. There's still 2 C4s left, so they're still in danger from not just any shots through the floor, but of course the C4 ripping their legs off. And now they've got to start moving to drop down eventually. It's got to start happening now, and you can imagine his shots are about to happen. You can see Hills is just about to peek around the corner, and we know someone is sitting there waiting for him as he goes for the peek. He's looking around the door. No pre-fires, but no one to see either. So he stays alive, but he hasn't got the kill. And you know, SiNister are happy to sit by and wait for you to run into the grinder, run into their defenses. The nade goes out, doesn't find anything just yet. So now they've got to start rushing. 10 seconds. Anglo has to get this plant, and he's got to get it now. And he's stopped. It's interrupted. That could be all that was needed by SiNister. And all that's needed is a few more kills as well. And they pick it up, and they're going to win the round and move on to match point.
Yet another fantastic defense there by Team SiNister. Just not even in a slight bit aggressing onto LFO. They know that LFO are waiting for that aggression. They want that aggression, and instead they're not giving them even a slight bit of satisfaction. Instead, forcing them to come to them and go in and to contest their uncomfortable angles. That same play was done by a Fisher guy. We saw him being prone right at the vending machine right outside the memorial room, and it worked out really well overall. They managed to shut down any kind of thoughts of pushing. And right now at Gym Bedroom, their only side that they have failed to defend, this is going to be the decider whether SiNister will be able to take map number 1 or whether we will be going into the overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is now do or die for LFO if they don't want to go to, if they don't want to lose. They've got to go in and win this map. And now they're bringing out 3 forms of hard breach. They're bringing out everyone because Thermite is now joining the party. So Gym and Bedroom, could you imagine that this needs this much breach?
Well, really, yeah, and to a certain degree with the fact that Thatcher is not in the play. You really need as much of the breach potential, considering that, well, you will have Nico as the castle, and usually the castle is being used to kind of close off completely Gym Bedroom, and then you allow Bandit or Kite Trick to have a very safe ground. But with the fact that Maverick is going to be on board, it's not really going to matter, but instead it's just rather for the quickness of breach onto the other side, through CCTV, through the cash room as well, whilst the remaining of the team is putting pressure on the west wall.
Yeah, and now for perhaps the final round here on attack, LFO starting to move in. Sogs has already moved in quite far, right through the windows here. There is someone just on the other side, and Sogs, he was close, but no cigar, doesn't find it. And now they're going to have to try their approach normally, and with the fact that SiNister knows roughly where they are, and so they're positioning a little compromise, and Sogs pays for it. As you see, he's lost 3/4 of his health. This is already a rough start now for LFO's last round, perhaps.
Yeah, this is perhaps the last round. Perhaps we're just seeing the beginning of the long odyssey that is going to be between SiNister and LFO. And really, right now, it's an attempt to gain some openings, really, as Nasty seems to be not really too comfortable about just trying to go in for the full-on Maverick trick, as he's trying to find the Kaya charge, but just can't find it just yet, as the Sophia is trying to find some openings on that Kai charge. Finally will be seen, and well, the breach is going to be right on board.
Yep, no one there now, so just go for the thermite charge, and there's your pathway through. So no one else really losing any health so far. They've made their way to the sites, and they've got half the round to go. So LFO, apart from the shots on the Sogs, have set things up nicely for themselves, and so no tricks to deny any breaches or anything like that. Now just going to run down the ADS, throw in a flashbang, make some holes in the walls, and start to move in because they are close to these sites and they've got multiple breach holes in to get to them. Ooh. And that peek through the floor could have been it, but it wasn't enough of Vincier. Vincier just turns around and picks him off.
Ooh. Nasty for Vincier here. Just an absolutely disgusting play here, which will be seeing him lose the most of his health, but him finding that frag is definitely a good beginning, as right now the trades from below by Nico are coming out, and there it is. SiNister will be closing out map number 1, 7-5 scoreline, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, SiNister. I mean, it was looking so good for LFO in the early rounds. They had a great first half, but that was on defense, and SiNister turns it around and says, you know what? We can do this defense thing a little bit better than you, and it's enough for them to take out the round. So they do it in style in the final rounds, and now one game up in this best of 5. So it's going to be a long haul, and it's certainly going to be a long haul if LFO are the team that wants to win here. But, well, we're thinking there might be a bit of a sweep coming in from SiNister. A bit harder on this map one, but they kick it off with a win, and that's all they need to start that 3-0 sweep. But Cthulhu, we're about to move on to Villa now. And so this is one of those maps that we actually have seen these teams on before, and it was very one-sided towards Team SiNister. They won it, I think it was 7-2 or 7-3. And so perhaps maybe they just got defense first.
Yeah, I mean, if they do go defense, it's certainly going to be starting in their favor quite well. But so far, the main trend that we did see from Clubhouse is the fact that, in general, defensive side is going to be very much prevalent here for both of the sides. And so, even in the previous matchup against Ferox, LFO did showcase us some really, really close game. I mean, it went to all 12 rounds, but without the overtime. And I'm not excluding the fact that we just might see a similar case here against SiNister.
Yeah, that said, all things considered, we did see a very tight round one. It did go to round 12, just like it did last week for LFO. So these guys have been in a position like this before, and the fact is, it's still a much closer series than perhaps a lot of people were expecting, because SiNister, this is perhaps the first real road bump that they're actually facing, and it's all the way in the grand finals. So, I mean, Villa is certainly going to be a bit of a different style of map. So Cthulhu, I mean, we're looking for LFO to take the win, because it looked great when they were on defense, but their attack is just seeming to be lacking at the moment. What is the difference that needs to be made?
Look, I mean, so far, the main kind of issue for them was the fact that Mute and Mozzie combo has been very prevalent for SiNister's defense. And if they are able to get rid of it, say, early on, say, have maybe the Twitch, maybe that Twitch IQ combo, just for that very specific case, just take out all the drone denial and then go in for the drone, then go in for the push, then it will be a much more successful play here by LFO. As for SiNister, it just seemed that they weren't really too confident, really. Like, most of their pushes, most of their kind of beginnings onto the final push onto the side really didn't seem to bring any kind of confidence within them. And it's such a crucial part within some of the players to just have the confidence to go in for the frag, to know that, hey, I'm going to go peek that very angle and I'm going to get that frag. And missing out on that is certainly hurting on a fair few players.
Yeah, and we are, just to keep everyone in the loop, we are getting the map ready, and we'll be jumping into Villa very, very shortly. But speaking of Villa, right, we've seen that this is a map that certainly favors the more frag-heavy teams that come into it. I mean, if you're better at clicking on heads, then you generally have a bit of an advantage coming into this one. So would it be fair to say that this could even swing things even more in favor of SiNister, who mechanically are all fantastic players?
It could very well swing in their favor. I mean, Villa does allow you for even more of the vertical play, and we've been already showcased how good Nico in particular was on the vertical plays. I mean, even as Castle, he was able to frag out on that final round on Jim, and whilst being on Buck, he was an absolute mana step above the church side. So here on Villa, as long as SiNister are able to keep that pressure vertically, as well as the horizontal pressure right on site, they will be all good. The moment that vertical pressure will get shut down, LFO will be able to absolutely bulldoze them on their rounds, on the defense round, or even, mainly on their defense rounds. And as for the attack, LFO really just, their overall aggression just needs to be a bit more.
Okay, well, Cthulhu, I'm going to have to hold you there, because we've got a few PC issues with one of the players, so we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we will be back with map number 2 and going to Villa in the grand finals. Chirp and sticking through that break, everyone, as we return here. We're back in the grand final, smack bang in the middle of everything, because we've got one map advantage so far for Team SiNister. It went to round 12. It was close, but they did manage to close it out in the end. So they're coming into here, map 2, with one map already done and dusted, but it's Villain now, and LFO have a chance to even things up.
Yeah, this is also LFO's map pick, so this is where they seem to be feeling a much more comfortable comparative to maybe Clubhouse. And well, with SiNister beginning on defense, so far, according to the overall trend, they might just find themselves at the early advantage.
Yeah, it's always fun to say, teams better on defense. And, it usually does seem to be true so far. We saw last week, though, LFO and Ferox actually just seem to have better rounds on attack overall. But coming in today, this is now on Villa. This is a map that these teams have played on before. It was SiNister winning it out pretty handily, a lot better than we saw what they did on map 1, which they won. So again, this is a map where LFO must have a bit of a grudge here against SiNister. So they were close in map 1. Maybe they can do it here in map number 2 to even it up.
Interestingly enough, Goyo has now been banned out by LFO after the fact that, well, he's been used quite substantially by SiNister and LFO for that matter, actually, for the Clubhouse. But Vincier on that TCSG with 2-speed has been probably the even more deadlier than Mims, who was on the defensive side back then.
All right, well, pretty much the same bans as we saw in map number 1. Obviously, the Goyo being the big difference, but again, we've got Maverick has slipped through if they want to pick him up, but a little bit less common to see on Villa if it does pop up again. But yeah, the Goyo ban I think is a big one to pop up on because, like you said, both teams kind of utilize. I'd say SiNister quite a bit more. They used it on pretty much every round on defense, and it was always there just to buy them a ton of time, and it worked.
Oh yeah. So with that said, I mean, SiNister looking at... Ooh, actually, I just got debated. I've written down AVG that it was the side, but Trophy instead will be used. And, well, initially teasing the Clash was a really good bait, considering that it forced LFO to bring in the Zofia instead of, I believe that was Ash. So less aggression, more utility to kind of slow things down. And, well, whilst it's all nice and well, and Sogs did really well on Zofia in the during Clubhouse, there's not going to be that really excellent weaponry that Ash can bring with herself.
Yeah, a little less firepower, a little less kaboom, but still a little bit of kaboom. Just you got to whisper it, kaboom, and that's how much they've got. So it's not like they're uncomfortable on Zofia. It just forced a small change, so that's all right. Coming in for LFO, they can certainly make it work coming into this one. So let's head up to the second floor here. LFO are going to be approaching it from the opposite side here, coming into the map, and let's see what they can find here over on Villa, over on attack.
And it seems that we did see some switch arounds of the operator rosters here between the LFO players. It is now Nasty that is going to be playing on the Nomad. Her utility is still going to be very much relevant here on this side, even more so than Clubhouse, I'd even say. And in correlation of, say, with any operators that has either Claymores or even the Gridlock track stingers, she will be a menace for any of the late roamers that will be trying to go on a roam or on a flank for that matter. As yet again, the Mozzie will be coming out, but Mims to open things out onto Miloska is a good beginning here for LFO.
Yeah, and here I was about to start talking about Miloska and his roaming potential, how it might affect the map later on, but there he goes. He just full-on dies, probably because of that, probably because of a disconnect. We'll see how that goes once we finish up this round, and we'll bring him back into the match, but, well, that is certainly not looking good for SiNister on defense. They've already lost one defender, and now it's a 5v4. It's going to be pretty hard to defend against that.
Yeah, with Miloska gone, that is the Jaeger off the board, but his utility is still, I believe, has been placed, so he will be able to even passively just assist his teammates in some of the pushes. But yeah, the remainder of the roster of SiNister needs to be extra careful about how they approach this, because the vertical play has been completely abandoned here. Nico is now on the top floor, and this means that, well, for LFO, this could be a free real estate, albeit that Mims did just get traded out by Derpe, so but we're back to a 4 players against 4 of the attackers, so anything can happen.
Yeah. Losing Mims is going to be a bit rough because, I mean, Buck just brings so much breach, and now you're really just relying on Angmo, on Sogs, and well, they're only going to get through a few of the walls, so you know, to be careful on that, and there's only 40-ish seconds to go, so, and of course we will be re-hosting just after this round, just to make sure we can bring back all 5 members of Team SiNister, but they have brought it to a 4v4, so they're actually in a good position to defend it, especially with only 30 seconds to go. And Vinny finding another kill, and then the smoke bomb is now going down too. This is just going to be a very rough hold, for a very rough attack coming in for LFO. They've got to rush through the gas, holding their breath, taking only a little bit of damage. But they've got to start going for this plant now. They've got to find the site, they've got to get in there, staying alive, and they cannot do that when SiNister are waiting right there.
It seems that Derpe is now fully activated, as the man was able to hold a really convincing crossfire there in between his teammates and onto the Astra. And well, whilst we will be having a rehost, I believe the round does count. So even with the fact that Moloska did end up dying to a potential crash, or just general disconnect after he died, things are still looking pretty well for SiNister, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, when you can win around 4v5, even regardless of whether someone's got their ADS down or not, that is still a great way to open things up. I mean, it just shows, hey, we're on defense here. We know map 1 was kind of tight, but hey, look at us. We're looking fantastic. We're looking super strong. I mean, just finding that early frag earlier on during the map. I mean, obviously not the one onto Moloska, but the one later on, evening it up, was what held them in that map.
Yeah, I mean, between Nico and Derpe, they were the ones that kind of kept the fire going for SiNister, all things considered. And it was really... Yeah, Derpe has been absolutely phenomenal. On that second half of Clubhouse, and so far the beginning of Villa, have been absolutely a banger set of the frags that he was able to find for himself on those kind of really anchor-style operators. And this is where he was shining back when Wildcard were known as Orgless.
Yeah, and now it's starting to work out fantastically. I mean, the fact that they're getting the ball rolling after they've already won the first map is it's a little terrifying for LFO. I mean, again, like, I'm going to go back to this fact that they were looking great at the start of map 1. Their defense was looking awesome. They were winning rounds in a row. It was looking like, wow, they've stepped the game up, and it certainly overall has been a lot closer than last time we saw them, but it's still edging out. And like I said, with SiNister just getting the ball rolling now, that's a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, I mean, it's the momentum. The momentum plays are definitely quite a scary thing to think about, especially for either one of those teams. And well, with the fact that how close Clubhouse was, it could be taking a slight toll on the initial kind of impression of LFO as to how they could have maybe done Clubhouse. Maybe they could have won that, getting that close to the scoreline. Whereas for SiNister, well, yeah, they wanted to get their mojo back. They did manage to get their mojo back there on the second half. And right now, having that kind of back-to-back defense is certainly setting a really nice pace, a really nice kind of momentum for them to play off.
Yeah, I think it's going to be huge that they get to be on defense first here. I mean, picking it up, it's usually the favored side for both of the teams. And now if they come in here and have, again, another stronger side on defense, it could be over again in a very quickish 7-2, 7-3, kind of like the last time we saw them on Villa. And it could just be because of the side they were on first. And that could be a huge advantage. It could make the map look a lot more one-sided than perhaps it really would be if we if we had LFO on defense first. So if they could do that, win this map handily, dominate the map with a scoreline like that, and move into map number 3 on series points, on tournament points there. I mean, that's scary when you still have to reset the bracket if you're LFO.
Yeah, for LFO, with each map being lost out, is definitely going to be quite a struggle to get through, because when it's a best of three, I mean, it's just, yeah, one map lost. Yeah, we'll take one map, and kind of on the decider, we'll kind of get the score right. But for them, they're at a really, really scary position, because no matter how quickly they win out the first best of five, they're still looking at that another best of five to play out. And at that point, it will be a really great deal of endurance that will be coming into play there for LFO. And actually, same thing will go for SiNister, because if they will end up losing out this best of five, they're going to be looking at roughly yet another at least 3 hours of play, if not longer, and that is already quite a taxing amount of time you have to spend playing.
Yeah, especially if you're a Kiwi, right? I mean, like, we're both sitting here in Auckland, fully prepared to go to something like 6 in the morning if it goes all the distance. And that is something that the players are going to have to be worrying about. You know, we could be prepared. You know, we might lose our voice, but the players are going to have to be at 100% throughout the whole series to really take the win. And like we said, it could go super fast. So for every map that LFO are going to be dropping, that's essentially just an extra hour that they have to play ish, like, you know, give or take, you know, about 10 minutes. But the fact that first one was so close, if they keep getting these close matches but still just losing them out, that is going to drain a ton of energy from them, a ton of morale. I mean, it could certainly be rough on them. But going off their interview, I mean, these guys seem like they've got the mental fortitude to last the distance.
Yeah, I mean, if the fire will still be there, if it won't get extinguished, say after the first two maps, then yeah, they can go full distance. They can pull it off, and well, right now this is their prime time to kind of kickstart their whole momentum, their overall kind of. This is the moment where they need to kind of refresh themselves, kind of throw out into that kind of imaginary garbage that first map, stop thinking about it, and just play off the Villa in their favor. Because if not, then we might just see a kind of similar trend as to what happened with SiNister and PC419, where, yes, it was a 2-0, but it was full overtime at the last round. And maybe this could be a similar showcase here that, yeah, maybe if SiNister would win this 3 maps, but by the end of second map, if we're going to be seeing yet another 12 rounds, this could be starting to be taxing for either one of those teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just the moment that you know, you see SiNister get onto the tournament point. As soon as they get up 2-0 or to anything in a series, pressure's immediately on if you're LFO, regardless of whether you've reset the bracket or not, but especially if you haven't reset it yet, because you know that you've got, you know, a few maps in a row that you've got to win to keep the series alive. So these guys are going to be having a bit of a rough deal. Not to mention the fact that Villa, I mean, due to PC issues, of course, the momentum's slowing down a little bit, but that was still a great round for SiNister to win, even a man down due to tech issues. But guys, speaking of tech issues, we are still sorting them out. We're still trying to get Molosca back into the server, and once he's back, we'll be back with more of the Rainbow Six. So guys, we're going to go to another break, and when we return, we'll be back onto Villa.
Come again.
hope you didn't miss us too much, but we have come back now, and hopefully with working PCs and working servers to get us back into Villa, which, need I remind you, we have already had one round go down. Team SiNister picking up that round despite actually having the player that disconnected, winning it with a 4v5 essentially. I mean, you can count the ADS on the ground as kind of a bit of a player, but the fact is they still managed to get it done with also having one map advantage so far. So let's get back into it here on Villa, Cthulhu.
On Villa indeed. And with already a point advantage, AVG will be the one that will not get this time debated for me by SiNister. And, well, I mean, it just shows that even with the loss of a roamer, SiNister can still play things out for themselves.
Yeah, and you know we've seen plenty of rounds where it happens anyway. You know, someone gets early fragged out, and they're essentially a non-factor throughout the rest of the round. But you know they still managed to win it through, I don't know, better frags later on, better utility, better plans. So it's not a down and out complete loss there for LFO. You can't feel too bad about losing a 4v5. You know, it's all right. It happens sometimes. It happened literally in the previous map on several of the rounds. So they can't feel too bad about it. They've just got to let that 5-minute break be the moment where they take a few breaths, get themselves back in the game, because they were confident coming in before the series, and they can't let it get them down.
Yeah, if they end up losing that momentum, that fire right now, LFO are looking at a whole lot of trouble. And, well, with the way how so far SiNister been playing things out, it's quite a interesting overall setup, just considering that essentially SiNister are playing somewhat of a similar case but a bit more passive play than LFO, which in its entirety itself is quite a somewhat unusual play, considering that SiNister are somewhat known to have that kind of really aggressive play from time to time. So Derpe, probably the big thing here is going to be the fact that Derpe is going to be playing on the Womai.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can make this operator work as well as he has in the previous rounds with other operators. Because Derpe certainly, along with his team, started to get the ball rolling. Hills will just take a little chunk out of his health bar, but not too much so far. But we can see now it's going to be the vertical play coming out from LFO, looking to just secure the floor from below. But of course, you always have to be careful here. One quick peek from the defenders and above could see your head taken off and easily taken away. And of course, not to mention just the, you know, things like impacts and C4 that can just fall through the cracks.
Yeah, only see a single C4 here from Nico to be played out, whereas the remainder of the roster will be having ballistic shields, impact grenades, and barbed wire. So just more of the utility rather to just generally slow down the overall push of the play. And well, that grenade will actually get eaten up by a magnet charge, which is a good way to dispose of one of the few nades. But oh, there's a full-on push. There's already full take of Aviator, and Mim's already finding the shot as well as Angmo. But quick succession of kills and trades will be resulting us in seeing a 3v4.
Yeah, that was a really quick push coming out from LFO. They've managed to make it work with one-man advantage, only losing Angmo so far. And the smoke is now gone as well, with Miloska dropping 2. There's no more Jaeger, so 1 minute to go, 4v2, and it feels like LFO have got this one done. They're just going to clean up a few more of the utility, but then start moving in. They've got time to get the plant down. They just need to make sure they don't slip, they don't make any mistakes as they go in. Mistakes like perhaps getting shot through the floor, but they have got their eyes on the defenders as well. And now they're starting to rush in, starting to find them. They've got the sights held down. The plant hasn't happened just yet. LFO, they're taking their time on this one, but you can imagine SiNister are just waiting patiently right now for their moment to go in, because they need the stars to align to start winning this one. 24 seconds. LFO are certainly looking to bait this one out. They want the defenders to come out, and there they are as they take one attacker down. Derpe taking 2 down. It's a 2v2 now. 13 seconds to go. I don't think LFO can plant this safely at all. And now Nasty dropping down 2. There's the diffuser gone. Vincia picks that one up. And you've got to imagine a 2v1 on a half health Mims. He drowns Vincia. That might be enough. And now he finishes it off. It's down to the one-on-one. And SiNister, with the clock running down, managed to pick up the next round. Derpe, what the hell?
Derpe busting an epic game moment there. Oh my god, I could not believe my eyes what I was seeing there, because I have the my notebook already, writing down some of the just general notes about some of the sites, and I was already starting to write down that blue team, aka LFO, was taking AVG, and the moment I written it down, Derpe just gets out a double kill, and well, we see just a complete the whole dismantling of LFO's push, even after the fact that they had such a well-rounded, very nice aggressive round coming out from them and taking the AVG initially.
It truly felt like LFO had that round at that point, but it certainly, I can't even say it slipped through their fingers because Derpe just grabbed their hands and ripped it out of it. So, you know, Team SiNister with that 2v4 play at the end. I mean, we thought the 4v5 was great for a whole round, but a 2v4 play near the end, Derpe making it happen and certainly keeping his team well in the lead and keeping that ball rolling despite any kind of break, despite any kind of disadvantage they might have in a 2v4. Man, SiNister, oh, if they can make that happen, I can't imagine what a 5v5 is going to look like.
Yeah, 5v5 is going to be extremely dangerous there for LFO to even bother to contest. And I mean, at this point, if SiNister will end up taking, say, 5-1 scoreline in this half, I'll be the one to be sipping the tea and saying, what did I say before? Because, like we mentioned before as well, SiNister were the ones who spanked LFO previously on this map with a really convincing score. And if history will repeat itself here, this will be an issue for LFO.
But here's the thing, Cthulhu, is that LFO have opened pretty well. You know, perhaps not so much in round 1, but round 2 they certainly did. Like I said, it looked like they actually had won the round, so they could come in here if they get a good opening. Maybe they just keep their hands shut this time, don't let it slip through their fingers. And so they could be looking to win round 3 here. They just need that opening again.
Yeah, they'll most definitely need to be really wary about where the push and where the grubby hands of Team SiNister will be coming out, really, as they will need to make sure that they will keep their momentum and their man count in their favor. Because yes, having all this utility is all great and fantastic, but if you can't play it out really well and deny any ground for the defense to play off, well, it's not going to really be worth anything, as Angmo finds a really nice kill onto Derpe, the man who managed to clutch out in the previous round.
That's the curse, though. Now they've got an advantage, and SiNister might actually just win the round here. But Sogs, he's going to keep pressing that advantage. It's now a 5v3. LFO should be looking, once again, in a good position to win this one. But then Seer will return a kill over onto Sogs. No more Ash. A whole lot less breach now going to be available for them. So now LFO are going to have to take perhaps a different approach. A minute 20 to go. They've got still the breach on Nasty, although he has got to be careful. He's already losing health when he goes for it.
Yeah, true. There's breach on Nasty, there's breach on Mims, who's the buck player, and he still has plentiful of ammo in his skeleton key. So there's still plenty of ways to go about it. It's just the fact that they've already lost that momentum, and with Sogs going down, they're gonna be, if they will slow this down so much that they will be forced back into that kind of the 20-second push, this is not going to benefit them, because LFO are not the team, at least in my eyes yet, that are good for that 20-second meta that has currently been developed, even within the tier 1, tier 2 kind of siege.
Well, Cthulhu, they might be forced to go for it right now. They've got 10 seconds until that 20 seconds mark does happen. Still, they have the advantage though, 4 versus 3, and they still have plenty, like you said, plenty of breach to go. They've still got 1 Nomad charge for the air jab, and everything for SiNister is mostly gone. No more C4, no more Vincia, and now the Roma is gone. It's back to a 4v2, but we remember how that went. No Derpe this time, and so with that, they drop Nasty. He's down, but not out. Fisher guy will be the owner of that kill, and they're holding the site now. He just walks straight into the line of sight. Mims, though, will clean that one up, will pick up another kill, and will win the first round here for LFO.
Good recovery there by LFO, as they managed to just go in for that aggression, go for the push, find the frags, just connect all the shots. That's all that they really needed. Could have probably gone in a little bit earlier, but with all the drones, with all the drone denial that was there, and the fact that they weren't really aware about where Fisher guy was on mute, really seemed to have been the main aspect that was slowing them down, because the moment we saw in a few rounds that were won there by LFO, the moment they had full knowledge as to where each and every one of the players of Team SiNister was, that's where they would be able to go in for a really aggressive push, just go in, frag out, get the win, call it a round. And this was probably one of their less confident rounds that I've seen.
Yeah, it definitely was very down to the wire there, but they did manage to get it done. They did time the push, and they did find a way to make it work. And so that they're not down and out just yet. A 3-0 lead for SiNister could have been devastating, but now things are starting to swap up. We're now changing the operators over, and you can see smoke now coming out for Fisher Guy. And I like this. I like this because when SiNister buys time, when they run the clock down, it just looks so much harder for LFO to pick up rounds on attack.
Let's see if they will be able to repeat that very same success, albeit that this is on a completely different floor. This time, though, LFO will have plentiful amount of vertical play from below. They still have Sogs, they still have Mims, they still have even Hills, who will be able to utilize his scanner to dispose of some of the electronic utility, which will be plentiful on the side of Team SiNister, and they will need to get rid of Derpe pretty much as quickly as possible, because he was the one that was able to save a fair few rounds there for SiNister on both of the maps so far.
Yeah, and if you leave Derpe up till the end of the round, that Yokai will come in and poke his head in when you're trying to go for plant, buying that time. That is just the last thing you want at that stage when you run everything else out. And so, keep your eyes on Derpe as we move later on in the round. That's when he certainly seems to clutch out. But coming in here, LFO taking some quick runs in, creating some pathways through each of the rooms. They're making progress.
And that's all that you really want, at least from the beginning of the round. Just start making that early progress. Start just going and pushing it as much as possible, because otherwise, well, what else are you going to do? Really. With Nico already taking quite some damage there from the pre-fire of Hills, this is going to be a good beginning for LFO, but the instant trade by Molostka is going to be signaling the fact that, well, LFO are going to be lacking the hard breach now.
Yeah, I mean, the trades are great and all, but the hard breach being gone for LFO is just super annoying right now. They've got to move in and just rely on the soft breach to get through. They've got a lot of it, though, so they can definitely make a lot of their pathways into the sites, but clearly the one angle that they've been trying to get through, it's not working. So they've got to change it up. They've got to start moving around. They've already used half the round to do that, and so now we're back down to a 4-4. It could still be looking good for SiNister to just hold the line.
Yeah, well, SiNister holding out fairly passive angles as they're just waiting for the push to actually come out, as the gas grenades are starting to get utilized there by Fisher Guy as well, and it seems like a dual push might actually come into effect, albeit the main place of the aggression will be the stature, as Mim's already making some entrance, but will be backing out as soon as possible, as he is fully aware about the presence of the smoke. So right now, with 42 seconds to go, a bit of an early beginning of the usage of those smoke grenades, but hey, you need to drain time, and Smoke is going to be probably one of the best operators to use that for.
Yeah, but he's all out of that time draining smoke right now, and it's about to dissipate. 26 seconds for them to start moving in. And now LFO, they're going for the plant. Mims is about to get it down, but Derpe will make him pay for it. Sogs has been taken out, and now the trades are starting to come through, but it's been picking up a lot of them too. And now the plant hasn't even gone down. 12 seconds to go. Hills with a mountain of a fight to go through. He takes the first step up that mountain, but surely he's going to start rolling back down because with 3 seconds to go, he's got 2 kills to pick up, and he doesn't manage to get it done. SiNister on round 4.
Once again, Derpe, the man, the myth, the legend, honestly, at this point, was the one that leveraged kind of this stoppage of the push that LFO tried to initiate. And well, after that, Vincier picking up that double kill certainly did the job right for his team. And well, just like that, we saw Team SiNister picking up yet another round for themselves. So far, 3-1 scoreline, and well, for LFO, they just need to start fighting themselves at least one more round to find themselves at a much more comfortable position to come back from.
Yeah, and honestly, like LFO, they don't they don't look bad on the opening, right? They get into the building, they even pick up a few frags earlier on, but once you hit that minute mark, once you hit that final stage of the round where you've got to start making that push, it feels like SiNister just have them beat in so many situations that it's maybe not even down to mechanics. It feels like LFO, maybe they just have that sorted. It seems like the strategy, the plan of attack is where SiNister are catching them out.
Yeah, it honestly could be this very part of them just trying to kind of bake in almost LFO into that full sense of security or full sense of just, hey, we got the advantage, just go in for the push, just go push them, just go get frags. And the moment you try to go for some of the more, well, not brainless peaks, but at the same time a little bit more careless peaks, that's where SiNister are ready to take them out. And well, for LFO right now, this just means that they need to be a bit more careful, which they have exercised some carefulness in their pushes, but because their pushes so far have been really one-sided, it's certainly been hurting them, because for SiNister, well, that just means that they can focus on just a singular side, not worry, say, about the push from the Astro stairs, or the play from below, or the grenade from Buck that could be coming out into Astro through the hatch from the stairs. So many things that SiNister don't have to worry about. It just means that, well, they are at their comfort zone.
It's certainly feeling like that so far, as we've seen it happen throughout the round so far. But there is the first firefight, and it will be Mims to come out on top of that, not taking a lick of damage through it. A great way to open things up, taking out the Jaeger now. Miloska, no more roaming for him.
Yeah, once again, Miloska is the one to fall fairly early into the round, and well, whilst that was happening, we did see a really nice kill onto Angmo out of all the players, as he will be going down to the hands of Derpe once again. Derpe on Wumai so far has been a phenomenal player, and right now he continues to prove that very case.
Yeah, and now that we're lacking any air jabs coming out from Angmo, it's just going to go back to tried and true standard kind of play. You're going to be funneled into the places that SiNister want you to be. They can simply anchor down, and there's nothing that LFO can truly do about it. They have to basically rush in and win the firefights, get the angles, get the numbers advantage. And while they're getting the intel to prepare for that, Mims also picking up a kill into Derpe is going to be a great way to do it. Wumai Magnet's not going to keep stacking up throughout the round, and now this is where LFO should be looking to finalize out the rounds here. They're moving on to the site. They've got Nasty here with the diffuser, one room away from getting to the site, getting the plant down, so they're close.
Yeah, well, the Maverick Torch now being utilized to find yet another opening. Mims finding another shot onto Fisher Guy, and now up to Vincier and Nico trying to get some plays, as Vincier is on the very aggressive roam, and for Nico that just means that the man will have to be playing extra careful here. He still has the C4 to play off, so he just might be able to stop that push, but even he is off site here, and well, both of them need to start making that push, because the bar is just about to get taken here by LFO.
Yeah, Cthulhu, we saw this before, but this time LFO will get the plant down nice and early. They're looking to see where it is, if they can pick up a kill here. Nico picks up Hills, so now we're down to a 2v2. But the tables have turned. SiNister are the ones that now have to make the move. Nico and Vincier have to get it done. They're close to the diffuser, looking to peek around the corner, throwing out the C4, seeing if there's anyone on the other side of the wall. He baits him out, but is the one that falls down. Vincier will down him, while Nasty does fall down. Now it's down to that 1v1. Vincier and Socks. 20 seconds, it's all on the firefight. He goes for the defuse, but doesn't go for it entirely, just goes for the bait, looking around the corner, waiting for Socks to come around, but no, he goes around himself, gets the 1v0, 10 seconds, can he get it done? And it looks like he's going to have plenty of time to get it all the way down, and just like that, by the skin of their teeth, SiNister get round 5.
Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Vincier right now, clutching this out the way he did, just proves that the fact that he had to fill in such big shoes after Texas' departure from SiNister and in Vincier's introduction into the team, he has improved by a mile so far, and he was able. He's just a phenomenal fragger right now for Team SiNister, and a very powerful player as well. So him right now being able to clutch this out is huge as well, considering that this has solidified the already a good points advantage for SiNister. So if on this round 6, if they are able to find the win on Dining, which was again one of the sides that they have lost previously. 5-1 scoreline is going to be a great buffer for SiNister to play off, and it will be a great room for mistake in case they will end up getting completely denied any kind of push by LFO on the defense.
Cthulhu, it happened again. I mean, it just felt like LFO had the round, they had the position, they got the diffuser down as well, but again, SiNister just rip it out of their hands. They don't even need Derpe to do it in this time. So, like you said, that momentum is certainly rolling. And if, again, they finalize it out here in the half with a 5-1, that is, just puts them just moments away from going on to tournament point if they can win this map. So LFO, it's their last shot to do it. They have come so close. They have almost got it. This could have been completely opposite. It could have been even up here. It could have been 3-2 to LFO at this point. Could have been 4-2. Sorry, 4-1 if you include the first round with the 4v5. It just feels like they constantly just lose rounds where they should have been winning.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, the previous 2 rounds have been there for LFO's take. And they just completely forfeited some of the pushes, some of the positions, and bit by bit, SiNister were able to completely decompose. And even the fact that I was initially saying that it was a bit of a, odd to say at the very least, decision to have both of the players offside while the push is about to happen in a 3v2 situation. It worked out pretty well. I mean, Nico fully reading into the fact that there was going to be one person in the trophy and finding that shot, and then splitting up with Vincia. That is quite a whole lot of faith that you're putting into your teammates to think that, well, the frags are going to come out from both of them.
Well, here on round 6, it's their last chance to get the attack done and make it work once more to get at least 2 points here in the half. Certainly looking to get this one. Their openings, I mean, I've said it time and time again, their openings have been great. LFO, they've taken the site. They have got the opening frags so many times so far. They just need to get it in the final 20 seconds, finalize it down, and just make sure they can secure it with the objective. And, I mean, just picking up the frags will do the trick too. So, we're about to enter the final minute where the real test comes out for LFO.
Interestingly enough, this time SiNister actually prompted to have some more presence up above, and with the trade, very swift trade might I add, things are going to be looking quite well. Hill's off the board very early into the gunfight, and the push is going to be assisting SiNister to keep their utility up and alive, and the shotgun from below sends Nasty's body flying, as right now Sogs needs to find those pushes, he needs to find those peaks and the frags, because otherwise 5-1 scoreline, that is going to be a hard one to come back from for the LFO.
Yeah, we might be seeing it happening now because this is the biggest test. It's now 3v3, so Angmo picking that kill up onto Fisher certainly sets it up nice and easily for them. Now they can just go in, look for the objectives. They've got 30 seconds to do it. They're still looking for kills through the floor with that vertical play. If they can find just one extra frag and just rush in, get the diffuser down, that can be all they need. But this final 20 seconds, Cthulhu, let's see if they can get it done for the final time on attack here. One more kill onto Nico. That's a great way to enter into it. 15 seconds. They just have to find one more kill, but he's very offside again, looking to go for the roam, but it's also Derpe sitting on side. Derpe getting 2 kills? Derpe, are you kidding me? Again, you're saving the round. 2v1. Sogs, he had to get the diffuser down. Sogs is still here. He's still on half health, and it's still a 1v1, but that said, he ran out of time and taken out. SiNister 5-1, taking the round in the final 20 seconds. Again.
I'm amused how is Derpe being gifted all of those double kills at the final moments. He's just, it just shows his kind of the level of his game sense that he brings into this team. He knows exactly where to be when that push is about to happen, where to find those frags from, and LFO are completely, absolutely clueless as to where to find their gun skill whenever it's a 1v1, not whenever they need to rush, is great. They can take those 1v1s so easily, it's just, it looks almost effortless for them. But the moment they have to rush, the moment they have to face check, it is complete 180.
So now that we've swapped roles and we've now got LFO on the defense, this could be the time for them to come in and start taking round after round. I mean, they certainly do not want to go to overtime in this situation. It just feels like even if they did make it to overtime, that SiNister would just edge them out throughout those rounds. So LFO are looking to win every single round for the rest of the map, essentially, to stay in this one. Maybe we get to overtime, but we'll think about that if SiNister wins another round.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, well,
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
first round of the defense for LFO. Their proving ground. So far, their defense has been much more fruitful, much better comparative to their attack, both on Clubhouse and Villa so far. So, I mean, let's see how things will work out from here, or whether Team SiNister will just continue their whole momentum and just completely take out LFO out of the contest, or whether we will be seeing LFO finally make that
Bomb
comeback.
located by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, LFO looked a lot better on defense over on map 1, so this could be where they take it out and actually do win every map in a row for the next every round in a row for the next few rounds. So maybe this is how they get it done. But that said, SiNister did still find a few wins on attack, and they need less than a few. They need 2 wins to take out the whole map here, and so starting to move in again. And well, it's slow, it's taking its time, but that's what we saw from SiNister on map 1, and it didn't work out every time, but it did work out a few times.
Certainly did work out a fair few times. So for now, maybe this time it will also work out. A quick grenade coming out. We'll be actually taking Thogs out the angle. Oh no! Poor Thogs will be just completely outed.
Smite and Cthulhu, it just that meme with all the calculations around that guy from the Hangover movie, Alan, you know, all the calculations. That was exactly him right there, getting that nade kill. So big brain play coming out from him there. SiNister already set up with a numbers advantage, and they're making it even bigger as they pick out Nasty there. Fisher guy on a roll. He's close to death's door himself, but the fact that he's still alive is all he needs. Hills will clean up Vincia, though. Hills will pick up Nico too, and now we're actually looking a whole lot closer to LFO winning the round as Angmo picks up Fisher guy, cleaning him up. Oscar's down too. This should be LFO picking it up, but Derpe has never likes it when you say that, so he could be looking for that. He takes a shot in the back. He's even getting his mate up. Molosca's going to be back to the party too. We're back to 2v2.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Back to 2v2, but Molosca is pretty much one shot away from going down. And Angmo and Mims have some fantastic weaponry to make sure that that exact thing will happen. So right now, all up to Derpy pretty much to go in for the big brain clutch plays. And it seems that so far the main idea is to go in for a flank, which I mean could really work out. I'm curious as if Angmo will be watching already the angle, as right now both of them are very much aware. There's the peek, the pre-fire will be downing Hibana, and right now the peek with the pistol will be coming out as a double kill as well. So nicely done there by Angmo, as LFO will be finding their first win here on the defense.
Yeah, and a very needed win. They need to start winning all of these rounds in a row, but as it got near the end, it just felt like LFO had cleaned them up. They dropped their numbers down, and it was just too much messing around they had to do. I mean, you know, you've got Derpe. He knows he's got to go out and get Molosca back up, and then they're running out of time. 10 seconds to go, and you've not anywhere near getting the plant down. It just feels like LFO had won that from about a minute ago from that point. So with that, a good, much needed defense win there coming out for LFO.
Yeah, much needed defense and a much needed beginning for potential comeback here. I mean, we saw some really great shutouts there by LFO on a fair few rounds during Clubhouse, as we did see, I believe it was a 4-2 ending of the first half on the previous map. So Trophy Room and Statuary could be the good beginning for them to continue that momentum going. Whereas for SiNister, I mean, they had a good opening, they had a good beginning, but it seemed that they have just distracted for that slight tiny bit and allowed Hills to just completely swipe them away, which did open a really good avenue for LFO to get the big win.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, it brings the morale up a little bit, but it's still a long road for sure. Team SiNister, like you mentioned, had a good opening. I mean, we saw it a few times from LFO, good opening, but not able to clean it out at the end. But SiNister have, they've got another at least 4 chances at this to pick it up. I mean, 5 actually, if you include this round. So, they just need to win one of them to get into overtime. They just need to win 2 of them to just win the round flat out. Like, they're still in a good position. They've still got a great chance to just do it again, get a good opening, and then finalize it out in the end. Because it feels like every team that's attacking here, they're fine on the opening. It's just finishing it off. It's the problem.
Located by attackers.
Yeah, both teams have been lacking on that mid to late round momentum. And well, it really seems like a bit of a change around there by SiNister. Nico now taking control of the piano room, which opens up a pretty nice wide angle right onto the main stairs where Hills pretty much murdered half of the Team SiNister's push in the previous round. This could be a good avenue for them to open up as soon as that Jaeger will be off board, and that is Angmo, who's actually now back to the German operator.
Yeah, both teams actually really keen to just get rid of the Jaeger player. Angmo this time, of course, has been having some issues on some rounds, but also previously we saw it happen to Vincier a lot. Both teams just really keen to get rid of that roamer and just not deal with it later on in the round. And so, again, you have to keep your eyes on the Jaeger player. You've got to keep your eyes on Angmo to see what he can get done as that clock gets closer to 0 and as SiNister start to make their push.
Yeah, right now, Ready Derpe took some damage there with his Zafir, which is not going to benefit him quite a lot in the upcoming firefights. But as it is right now, some control of the ground floor has been taken, but I don't think any control of either of the staircases have been taken, which means that SiNister's 3 players, Fisher, Nico, and I believe Vincier, will be forced to play in a bit of a 3v5 manner until the other 2 players will be able to rendezvous with them.
All right, well, a lot of pings going out, and Fisher Guy will kill the first one of them as he takes out Mims nice and early. Mims a big instrument in defending the round last round, so nice not to take that off the board straight away. Now they find another one. They do. Fisher's on a rampage. He gets 3 kills. He's looking for 4. Can he get the clutch ace? Can he find yet another one? He'll die for it, but he's already done his duty. Miloska getting the plant down, all up to Sogs, but Cthulhu, I don't know if he can do it.
It's quite a tough task here for Sogs. He does manage to down Derpe, but amidst all the chaos and all the crossfires being held by SiNister, Nico will be the one to close him out, and match point. Just like that. 6-2 scoreline so far, and boy oh boy, things are not looking all well here for LFO.
Yeah, turns out you just got to get 4 kills in a row to just win it on attack like that. So huge props there coming out for Fisher Guy to get all of those kills. I mean, incredible play there, easily securing the round for his team and just supporting members making it happen too. So now match point. This is scary now for LFO. If they lose here, then if they lose any map from this point, unless we go to overtime, then Team SiNister move on to tournament point, which is a whole other beast.
Yeah, tournament point is a scary thing for LFO to face against, considering that they have been through quite a fair few matchups, and well, so far this is probably the most challenging for them, considering that overall they weren't able to find any kind of real advantage for themselves apart from the first half of Clubhouse, where they did finish it with 4-2, but after that it was pretty much all the way in SiNister's favor.
This is certainly feeling a lot like the last time we saw these teams face on Villa. I mean, SiNister are just handily kind of taking the series, handily kind of taking this map throughout it. I mean, one more round to win here. They've still got the insurance of overtime. I mean, this is probably the most comfortable you can possibly be on a map.
Yeah, interestingly enough, actually, Kafe, which will be the next map after Villa concludes, was also the second map that was played out by SiNister and LFO back when they were Oddity, which is also a bit of a spooky picture that is being painted, because if LFO don't manage to take control of the scoreboard in their favor right here, right now, Kafe is by far going to be probably one of the worst maps for them to play off, as Angmo is already going down. It's starting again. It's Derpe who opens up the avenue here for Team SiNister.
Yeah. And Angmo might have needed to be the hero at the end, but no roaming insurance for LFO. They've got to sit down on the defense with only 4 operators right now. They've already lost one of the C4. They're relying on an impact now to find another kill. There goes yet another. Well, actually, it's LFO picking up 2 members of the attack. That could actually be enough to clean it up, clinch it out, and win them yet another round to stay alive here on Villa. But SiNister are not done just yet.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time for SiNister to go in for the push. I mean, we saw plenty of time when there was a full-on comeback made, but I don't think this time from the defensive, from offensive lack of the operators, they will be able to find any frags. Right now, the hunt for the Red October now begins for the fact that it is Nasty on Legion that is, I believe, going to be on the roam, and he will be quite deadly if not dealt with swiftly.
Yeah, it's all just going to be down to that, finding Nasty, making sure that he doesn't sneak up on you, give you any surprises. Surprise is the last thing you want here as you're trying to close out a map. And SiNister, they were close. They've got to win some clutch fights here. They're going through the soft wall to try and get a kill, but it looks like they've got him pinned with all the angles. The shots are there. He takes a bit of damage, but Molluska will get the kill in the end by getting him down to Sogs. Derpe cleaned that up as well. So now we're down to a 3v3. Molluska still a little bit low, but stays alive through all 3 X-Kairos available for him. The breach, it's available. They can go hard breach, they can go soft breach. They've got all the tools to go through. So the impact through the floor, sorry, the frag through the floor, and now the avenue is open, but SiNister have yet to make a proper move. They've got to go in and get that 30 seconds and make it count and get to the site and get that plant down.
Yeah, already being spotted, and Molluska will be going down right at the top of the Astro stairs. Right now, Derpe is actually making his move up at the statue end with the crossfire being held. Unfortunately, can't find the, well, double kill, as he does actually find the shot onto Nasty, and well, LFO will be finding yet another round for themselves to keep their dream alive.
Yeah, and just barely as well, doing it near the ends. It run the clock down, and so with that added pressure onto it, just felt a little difficult for them to rush in. So LFO managing to win that one out despite losing Angmo really early on, losing the Jaeger. Super rough for them. Yet they still managed to persevere and win it out on defense. So it certainly looks like LFO's preferred side here coming into Villa. You know, having the role second is always tough, when especially when you have a 5 and 1.5 that you've got to go up against. So they're staying alive for now, but they need to still do it another 3 times in a row.
And that is quite a huge task for LFO to perform. I mean, Dining has been so far their winnable site to play off, considering that they were able to drain out time there really well. Considering that it was off a play by Hills, who was playing on Jaeger. This time he will be playing on a Wamai, so somewhat similar role, but slightly slower, at least for the time being, until Jaeger gets his speed nerf. Apart from that, really, the kind of controlled single aggressive nature is... It's working, but it has a bit of a variable success there. It's one of those kind of strats where it's a bit of a coin toss. Because if you're going to get droned out really early into the round, if you're going to get found early into the round and you cannot frag out, then the aggression is pretty much all wasted for nothing. But if you're able to pull off some of the more aggressive plays, have the good flank done, then you have a huge potential to just completely thwart any kind of attempt at just finding any victory on attack.
Well, once more, victory on attack is what SiNister are looking for. LFO still having to fight for their life here on Villa. And now another quick entry coming out from SiNister, moving inside, just making sure that they get in safely, because one early frag here could just force them to go to yet another round to try and win out. And, you know, terrifyingly enough, on LFO's current trend, they could move it to overtime. And that is the last thing that SiNister want right now. And so they're so close to the victory. And Vincia picking up a kill onto Angmo again. And it's a great way to start it. It's a double kill. That's an even better way to start it. Also 2. And so now 3 people remain for LFO. And that is, again, on match point, that's a terrifying thing to face.
And with Nasty gone, that is also the C4 off board. So now it's all up to Sogs to try to make that vertical play, which so far LFO are fairly well known for. But it seems that right now, it seems like a little bit of a demolition here coming out from SiNister. They just want to close this out on this very round. They have the 2-man advantage, but we've seen already on a fair few times before that with that 2-man advantage, you can still very easily lose that to just a mistimed gunfight. So with that said, plentiful amount of breach being done with just only now half round point being made.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time and they're setting it up well because they know that they just need to do this one cleanly and just pick it up the frags as they move in. So creating a ton of angles to use their numbers as the biggest advantage. They've spotted out one of the final defenders. They quickly move in and take out hills. So now with only 2v5, a whole minute to go, not much to get time. C4 is used and even that misses. The Sogs won't pick up a kill with that either. And now, just trapped in a room. He's going to find him. He's going to try and get Sogs, the last man standing as well. They're going to go for the breach. 45 seconds. You've got to imagine Team SiNister, they're just getting the broom out and looking to clean up the final moments here. Sogs will try and get a few kills here and there. Plant yet to go down. Sogs? Is Sogs going to make it happen? Okay, the plant's going down now. Moloska looking to just lock that one in. Sogs has lost most of his health as well. Even more on barely a slither at the moment. He cannot get even looked at to stay alive. And with 40 seconds, pressure is immense right now for Sogs. But you've got to imagine, even he knows that it's not looking likely as he turns the corner into his doom and SiNister pick up Villa.
And that is LFO's map pick as well. Fantastic showcase. Even more confident there by Team SiNister as they almost reenact the scoreline of Villa when they last time versed LFO. As I believe it's a similar scoreline, either 7-2 or 7-3.
Yeah, it was 7-3.
So just pretty much identical scoreline. So, I mean, first of all, props to SiNister, but it's a bit of an unfortunate set of circumstances here for LFO, considering that they were going in with quite some confidence here, kind of saying that, well, we won't be thinking of SiNister as a big pro league team, but rather just yet another team that we'll be facing. And, well, at the moment, it doesn't seem to be working out really well.
Well, what is working out is SiNister's game plan because they are 2 games up in a best-of-5 series that they only need to win one of. They're on tournament point right now, and once we return from the break, we'll be back with our 3rd map, Kafe Dostoyevsky. One more match stands in the way of Team SiNister from victory over the entire tournament. The grand finals are 2 maps deep right now. We're heading to the 3rd map on Kafe. And, well, LFO, they are on the ropes right now because all Team SiNister has to do is win one more map and they're done. But for LFO to win the grand finals, they not only have to win now 3 maps in a row to get the first best-of-5 out of the way, they'd have to reset the bracket after that. And then win another best-of-5. I mean, Cthulhu, that is about as bad as it gets in terms of your position in this grand final.
Yeah, that buffer of the 2 maps that LFO did have for this best-of-5 is pretty much all drained. They need to start getting out. If they have that kind of the secret strat book for emergency purposes, this is going to be it. This is the time when they need to make sure that, hey, we're going to iron things out. We're going to make sure that all of our strats are going to be just staying on point, and we're going to be using those ones that we haven't showcased yet, because at the moment right now, I mean, there needs to be a miracle only, well, really, for LFO to happen, because otherwise, SiNister looking like they just might take the trophy yet again here.
Yeah, and it looked strong. It looked strong on the opening of the whole best-of-5, where back over on Clubhouse, LFO won 4 rounds in the first half. It was looking good. It looked close. And even over on Villa, some of the rounds when they were on attack, it could have actually gone their way. It actually got very close. So while the score doesn't necessarily really reflect how close some of those rounds were, the fact is, it was over very quickly once Team SiNister really got their claws in. So now we move to Kafe. this is SiNister's pick. So they're already on the map that they want to be on. It will mean that LFO get to be on defense first. So they're going to have that open very strongly on defense because that is clearly their stronger side.
Yeah, and with LFO kind of starting on defense, I mean, we saw, like you mentioned before, Clubhouse been really good to kickstart their momentum. Main issue here is probably going to be maybe the morale that will be going with the squad right now, because that first 2 maps didn't really work out really well. And well, right now for LFO, this is going to be the prime time for them to start that comeback. They need to get that fire burning as hard as they humanly can, because if not, then they're facing only the 2nd place in an LPL Pro Series.
Well, look, LFO have certainly been up against the ropes before. They've come back in series and maps that looked like they were all but lost. So if any team can do it, it can certainly be them. But let's open things up here as we move on to Kafe. It's going to be opening things up with a Buck ban. Buck seeing play in pretty much every round of the last 2 maps. So interesting to see him taken off the board straight away. Could you say this is a Kafe specific ban?
Actually, no. I would say that this was more of a target ban here from LFO, considering that Nico was absolutely phenomenal on some of the Buck plays, and he was really, really annoying to deal with as well for LFO on Villa. So excluding him out of the play is a good idea, albeit that, like you pointed out, they have been utilizing Buck as well, LFO. So for them, it might be also serving as a slight shot in the foot. But apart from that, the rest of the band seeming to be quite stock standard, really.
Yeah, we'll see if LFO look for another stock standard ban, or if we might see a Goyo ban, which we saw in the previous map. They don't like going up against that, but it will be Mute taken off the table. Mute, just one of those annoying operators who wants to deal with that, especially on a map where you need to have your head in the game throughout every single round to stay in this one. So Team SiNister, with probably the biggest buffer to stay alive, LFO are fighting for their life.
Yeah, the main thing that I see here from Team SiNister, they're going for much more standardized bans that usually Kafe sees. I mean, Thatcher ban, Maestro ban, those are usually the bans that you would see on Kafe, whereas LFO, they're fully aware of which operators does Team SiNister usually want to play. And well, Buck and Mute have been pretty much very those were the key operators. Sorry, I kind of lost the chain of thought there for a second. As yeah, having Mute out of the game means the Mute Mozzie combo will not be in play, and that allows the drones to have a much easier avenue to play off.
Okay, so very different looking operator lineups coming in here, particularly coming for Team SiNister, I'm going to say. I mean, Gridlock coming out is probably because there's just been a ton of roaming coming out throughout the series, and so Gridlock, very good at denying that, just keeps you trapped in place, or at least makes you give away your position. So Derpe on Gridlock is going to be a fun one to watch as well. A lot of firepower coming out from that operator.
Oh yeah,
5 seconds left.
That the Gridlock and Kali, actually, for that matter, those 2 operators are
Kali's
going to be really interesting to watch. Yeah, Kali's sniper rifle, it's a glass cannon. I'm going to say that, because if you miss a shot in this level of competitive play with those gunfights, you're pretty much a dead man. So for Nico, he will need to connect his shots really well, or otherwise play really passively, because while his utility is going to be absolutely phenomenal to get rid of some of the Kai charges, some of the bandit charges, and actually, for that matter, even Goyo shield, his sniper rifle is going to be very much lackluster.
Yeah, and as well as the fact that LFO, when they were winning, they were great at just running down the clock and holding off the timer. And so Kali is one of those operators that you kind of want to get it done nice and early, and if it's not happening, then, well, you feel like Nico maybe won't ever make it happen once he gets inside. But we'll hold our breath, we'll see if it does actually happen. As now SiNister and Nico start to move inside, they're starting to get above the bomber sites here, just to make sure they've got that positioning and holding the lines. And so they're just checking out each of the rooms as they move through, trying to see where the defenders are. You've got to feel like SiNister maybe playing with a bit of a lack of information at the moment.
They could very much be playing with a bit of a lack of info, but considering the fact that only Mozzie is there to really deny some of the pushes, really, I'm rather thinking that they're just being a little bit extra cautious, they don't know yet how will LFO's defense shape up. And for that matter, they just want to ensure that they're going to get rid... They want to, first of all, get rid of those roamers. This is the main going to be the main play here, considering that right now, that is quite an open avenue, actually. Sorry, I just got caught out there.
Yeah, a lot of holes through there, a lot of angles that you could easily just be caught out by. So Fisher guy going to have to be super careful. In fact, just trying to take a few blind shots through the wall too. Try and find anything you can, but as you can see, a few bullets were sent right back, and so can't stay there forever. So SiNister's push seems to be super slow. They're changing it up entirely as they're starting to move positions, starting to gather together, and starting to look for their flanks too. So with that frag going out, that's got to be the one to make the play, but doesn't find anything for now, and so now rushing around looking for the kill, but it's going to be Nico off on the other side of the map who finds that one. Fisher hunting right now. He doesn't find it because he gets taken out and his head is ripped off by Mims, and so now it's a 4v4. SiNister have to make the push now. They find another kill. Sierra is the one to pick up Mims, and now with that smoke down, he's got a lot of cover, but Angmo will still find a kill onto Milo, and now, oh no, it's Derpe and Sierra both picking up a kill each, and only Hills remains on defense. 15 seconds, so he can do it. He's sitting above. He's got the angle, but they know he's up there. Derpe is going to lay down a double set of track stingers just to make sure Hills cannot drop down there. He's going to have to go down the stairs just like the elevator's broken, and now he's going to find his way onto the site because the diffuser has been planted down. Look at the track stingers there, mate. There's no way you get through that without taking a bit of a chomping. He's going to have to shoot one out, give away his position, and now LFO, well, they're relying on Hills to make it through. 1v3. He's already given away his position. He's looking for the kill, but doesn't find the shots that he needs. 20 seconds have gone down, and now with that, SiNister, all they had to do was find Hills, and they did just that, picking up round one.
Quite clinical, actually, deconstruction here by Team SiNister of the whole defense. There were a few trades that came out, but ultimately it seemed that LFO maybe got a little bit too comfy after finding a fair few of those frags, because usually the way how things play out is the moment you find those few kind of really aggressive peaks, usually the defense would kind of just stall out and they wouldn't go for those really, again, kind of going for those re-peaks. But SiNister just decided, hey, we just gonna go in, go peak, just go full aggression and call it a day, really. And that is exactly what granted them the entrance onto the site. And the fact that Angmo was kind of at the end ignored up until the push was happening, it was pretty much all done and dusted by then.
Yeah, would have been nice. Would have been nice, but no cigar there for Elbow. So they'll get another shot at it, and once again, it did come close until the final firefight. And so with that, SiNister, they still have to be careful as they move in and still have to make sure they don't just let a round slip out of their fingers. But SiNister so far have seemed to be the team that don't let that happen. They're consistently, if they're looking like they're winning, they're probably going to win the round. Can't say the same for LFO though.
I mean, we saw
not for sure anyway.
On Villa, where LFO was able to shut down pretty well Team SiNister's push on one of the first few rounds on their offense. So I wouldn't be saying that whenever SiNister's looking like really comfortable, they will be able to find the win in the round. But yeah, it's definitely upping their chance. Whereas LFO, I mean, if they are able to deny some of the big fraggers, which at this point it's becoming quite evident that all of the teams Team SiNister can do it, then it's then they can find those really the wins. They need to force, essentially at this point right now on their defense, they need to force SiNister to go in for the push. They need to come to them rather than trying to overexpose themselves as defenders to go in for those firefights, because this is where SiNister will be able to catch you off.
Not to mention, if you unleash the beast that is Angmo on a proper roaming situation, then he can just rip apart an entire attacking team. So if you can keep Angmo alive, release him later, then that could be another way, another avenue for LFO to take a defensive round here. But clearing room by room, SiNister are making their way towards that site. Now they're up on the 3rd floor. They've got the positioning right now, not looking to just shoot them from below, instead just run around, grab some intel. Sogs, though, he's going to find the kill from below, or from the side, actually, picking up that kill with the C4. Great way to start the defense.
Yeah, finding that Callie, who was an absolute menace to deal with before, is a good beginning overall, considering that she's also kind of that, you could say, a substitute for the Thatcher. So right now is most definitely an excellent beginning here for LFO's potential round win. But we've seen already previously that SiNister are able to come back from a player deficit, but right now with such a vast control of the map that is done by LFO, things might be looking a little bit dicey.
Yeah, oh no, there's a kill that you want. Angmo picking Vincere up in the background, but Fisher Guy will pick up a kill on his own. Angmo, though, finally the beast is being unleashed and he's allowed to roam around the map, picking up kill after kill. So this is setting things up nice and easily for LFO to pick up another round here on defense. Fisher Guy and Derpe, definitely players you can rely on in clutch moments for 35 seconds to get the 2v4 done, get the plant down. It's going to be a big ask again. And, well, we know that LFO have a great position at the moment, so you got to expect Derpe and Fisher are looking to link up together. But as you can see, he's moving up. And that is not a lot of time left, so they have to get there. They basically have to just jump down straight away. And so, here they go. The nade down. Going in with the smoke. The plant has to go down now. And now they're looking for the kills, but both of them fall, and it will be LFO to pick up the round.
There was a bit of a meme drop down there with the hot drop and the smoke grenade. It was, in theory, was a decent idea, but the fact that they rushed out straight out of smoke without pretty much any kind of information on the site pretty much resulted in their demise. So, LFO do manage to equal the round count for themselves, 1-1 so far, and well, Reading Room and Fireplace will be their decision to go next, even though considering that Kitchen is still an open avenue for them to try to replay.
Okay, so a few operator changes here, but we'll see if they do get locked in, as it would be real interesting. Sledge, I expect to stay, and so as he comes in, that's just free soft breach all over the place. So you can imagine that Team SiNister are going to look to use that, perhaps on some vertical play here. We go into a second floor bomb site, so you can go from above, you can go from below, so plenty of plays to be made there.
Yeah, plenty of plays. It's just, so far, that defense was very well executed, and it seems that LFO are going to be planning to have just about a similar hold, at the very least, in bar to try to prevent the vertical play onto the Reading Room and Dining, considering that, well, we saw how much of a menace can Team SiNister be with the vertical play.
They're definitely setting up so that they can use it all as much as they want. So even bringing in Veloska on Habana, another kind of breach that can go ahead and go for that vertical breach as well. So they have all the tools they need to look down on their opponents from above, and so see how it goes out for them. It's also great for them to find the angles to pick off things like the Vulcan shields that Angmo will be using, which, by the way, Angmo's now on Goyo, and Hill's now going to be the roaming Jaeger, so definitely, again, keeping our eyes on him. Hill's another reliable player in a lot of these clutch moments too, so he could have a great moment here, some good pop-off moments, so let's see what happens.
And with this map still looming above LFO as being potentially the final map, right now, ooh, this looks like a potentially good beginning here, as Fisher Guy will be utilizing almost all of his utility to try to just clear out some of the initial push positions for his team to utilize.
Yeah, and a set of tracks thing is not necessarily picking too much value up actually there, as everyone seems to be able to just drop down onto it and not take really anything at all. So they've got these...
Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to say, you know, they've got their angles covered so that they can enter the building. The X-Kairos are actually starting to go out now, and so now SiNister starting to take the position, but Oscar's got to be careful, half health.
I mean, the main use for the track stingers that you have on the red stairs is just to essentially have them similar to how a Nomad charges, just to watch the flank so you won't have to dedicate a single person for that. So whilst we're at it, we're seeing two players of SiNister crouch walking around the bar area. They know that there's some presence in the cocktail area and they need to clear it out as quickly as possible before they make a push, because otherwise they're going to be a menace to deal with, and they're going to be quite a hard mess to clear out as well. It's 3 players right now at the top of the white stairs. There's right now quite some chunky damage being dealt to Hills as actually a trade does come out between Fisho and Hills as now it is a 4v4 with 50 seconds to go and not even yet the push onto the site is about to get commenced. Only just at the above the site position.
Yeah, the Hills roam was a big bit of value there. Mims as well picking up a kill onto Vizier is all but sealing the deal right now. And SiNister have got to scramble. We saw them scrambling in the previous round and it certainly paid the price for it. So now they've got to find a way onto the site. Once again, with not a whole lot of time to go. Molluska's got the diffuser so they can move in, bring it down. They've got to drop down below. And he's already moved onto the same floor, but he can't move into the room properly. And so they're keeping their eyes out for the angles, but with only 12 seconds left, the smoke bomb's going down. You're going to have to hold your breath, grin, bear it, and go in. Mims as well, finding yet another kill. And actually, can you imagine, maybe the smoke bomb's actually covering up the vision, but it's just too much to ask for. Nasty taking a whole lot of kills with Molluska's walking through his smoke, and did that LFO pick up another round on defense.
First time in a while now, LFO are back into the lead. Points-wise here, 2-1 scoreline so far, showing that they just might be able to pull off a similar stunt that they have showcased us on Clubhouse, where they managed to get themselves the 4-2 scoreline in the first half, and maybe, just maybe, they might be able to take this map win, which would be huge actually for them, because that is one step closer to pushing this best of 5 in maybe their favor potentially, albeit that even if they win Kafe, the fact that they can't really lose a single map will still be looming over them.
Yeah, it's one step, but it's one step up a very tall mountain. So they have to take it. They don't really have a choice. But that said, I mean, SiNister are just looking to stop them at every step of the way. So great on LFO to get that lead. They're gonna have to continue that, and you know, to shut down SiNister on their map pick too would be fantastic. If they can bring this, if they can win this map with a scoreline similar to what SiNister got over on Kafe, that would be the sign that tells me maybe LFO can do this. Maybe they can make it, but at the moment, even with this one round lead, I'm almost putting it down just to the fact that LFO are better on defense, because that's what it has looked like all 3 maps so far. And I'd expect it to be the same. So the real test is going to come around round 6, but they still want to leave the next 3 rounds with a great scoreline.
Yeah, they no matter what, they want to have that point advantage, even if it's going to be, say, well, best case scenario will be 5-1, considering that the avenue for that is still open. But a 4-2 would probably be the most realistic one here, considering that, yeah, LFO so far have been really good on defense, whereas the offense has been very much lackluster there. As for SiNister, well, they so far seem to have awoken from their slumber. That was the first map where they nearly ended up getting themselves into a overtime. But apart from that, really, if they do manage to find the kind of the sweet pressure point that they can play off, then, well, this will be the demolition of the whole of the LFO lineup.
Nico on this Kali as well. We're still looking for some big plays coming out from him on this attack from SiNister, and that would definitely be the step in the right direction. We want to see it work here over on Kafe, so we'll be keeping our eyes on him, probably in the earlier parts of the round where he would likely have more effect, but down those long hallways as well. Always a great place to pop him down and make him work. And so already, I mean, you can see SiNister have taken a few steps inside, but they're still far away from the sites, still yet to really clear their way to the sites. And, well, we know how good roaming has gone for LFO so far, so Hills is always going to be something to keep your ears and eyes out for.
Yeah, Hills so far has been a key player for LFO's fair few rounds, as we just witnessed Sogs getting droned out, but I don't think anyone really was able to emphasize on that. Rather, instead, it was Hills that found the play, and actually will be finding himself down with the play from Nico, so a very swift trade of Fisher Guy for Sogs and Hills. I'd say that is a pretty even trade there.
Yeah, traded out, but I mean, the drones onto Sog's also helping it out a whole ton as well. I mean, even if it is dancing between his legs, it still got the information done. Now, SiNister, one man up. That's the great position they want to be in to move in. And Fisher guy, would have been great to have him, but he's mostly got his job done. A few shots, a few pops.
Okay.
Vincier is actually moving in now and making the defense pay. It's only nasty left on that Mozzie. And now he's got to get this miracle to happen as they start moving in. 25 seconds. He could have made it happen, but Vincier will get his next kill to clean that one up and bring another round for SiNister.
Vinny's just off the hooks now. The flicks the mans can do is...
That was tight.
That was tight. That crisp, clean aim lock. But I mean, honestly, it's been an absolute absolute flurry of kills coming out. Sorry, I'm still trying to process the fact that how quickly and how abruptly that round ended for LFO, considering that they had the roams, they had all the setups going, and all of a sudden the wild Nico and Vincier appear and they just rip and tear.
Yeah, I mean, well, it started off well for SiNister, obviously. For LFO. Obviously, Hill's picking up that roam kill, but then within less than a second, he was caught out, and followed by his teammates very quickly, who were pretty much at the same time being droned out, being taken out as they came through the wall. So, yeah, I mean, SiNister, it almost started going downhill, but very, very, very quickly was put right back on the railroad and straight off to victory. So they've evened things up, and this is the kind of scoreline that they're a lot happier with on attack. I mean, even if SiNister go down 4-2 in the first half, once they swap onto defense, you've got to imagine that they're feeling a lot more confident on that. So for them to win the next round here, that would be a great sign for them, and it could even continue further.
Oh,
5 seconds to go.
with SiNister now finding themselves a point back to even the round count out, LFO need to find themselves yet another play to go off, because right now they want to find those 2 more points to find themselves at a defensive advantage going into the second half. But apart from that, really, things might be looking like SiNister might try to take them if they're just going to continue fragging out all the same way they just did.
Yeah, Nico, though, not going to be running on that Kali this time, instead opting for the sledge. A little less of a subtle approach. He just wants to sledge his way right through all of those soft walls. So plenty of breach coming out for these guys, as opposed to just, you know, a ton of kill potential coming out from someone like Kali. So SiNister certainly just relying, well, not relying, but they want to focus more on just the path to the side, collecting the angles, making sure the LFO can be caught out by them. And the roams are shut down too, but Sogs, he may not even have to roam to pick up a kill onto Nico.
Just as you say that, even Sogs gets traded out by Derpe. So far, the whole topic of the game been, can you trade out faster than another team? And if yes, then, well, your round will be successful. As right now, Angmo is being hunted down. His position has been revealed, and Fisher finds a pretty much of a free kill there onto the Jaeger. So
that was like a Bugs Bunny cartoon where you're baiting him out, baiting the wabbit out with the carrot, but the carrot's actually a drone, and he's just following it along.
That is actually a pretty good analogy.
Yeah, he pays the price, man. And so with that, SiNister now a man up, now in a great position to move in. It's going to be over to LFO to just anchor down, use that mirror to make sure they get all the advantages they can. But even then, I mean, look at what SiNister have. They've got plenty of breach, they've got all the firepower. I mean, all 3 track stingers, just in case anyone wants to try their chances at roaming against them. Everything going in their favor right now. If only they had Nico, that would be the only way to make it better.
Yeah, because Nico would be bringing in the frag grenades, and we already saw how proficient Nico is with the explosive ordnance. Echo's position is fully revealed, fully called out, and Vincier from below manages to take him out, no problem, no issues whatsoever. And now it's all up to Nasty and Hills all of a sudden. Single C4 in hands of Hills, and no more utility to be utilized there by the defenders. Mira trying to go in for the aggressive peaks, will be finding a nice shot onto Ash, but and with that said, it is a 3v2.
Yeah, Vinny was so careful during those final moments, but it didn't pay off. Fisho Guy, though, will get his vengeance, and Nasty does go down. Hills will be the only one to remain, and Hills will be the only one to stop them going for the plant. They have to go for it now, and Molosca is dropping it down, and Hills has to find him. Otherwise, so much more pressure now added, and now he's going to find 3 kills in 40 seconds. So we got to wait and see what he's doing. Hill's super far down. He's running up the stairs now. He knows he doesn't have time to check every single corner, but he's going to have to do so anyway. He's checking every side to see where that plant went down. He's going to rush in. He's found it, and so now so hard to get through here. He's going to get shocked as well. He goes close to that. The track stingers too. Gives away his position. SiNister clean that one up to take out round number 5.
Yet another fantastic showcase there by Team SiNister, managing to find those trades really well, and the usage of those track stingers once again showcased that it can be used really well even in the post-plant situation, just to deny some of the ground push and to force essentially the defender to try to start looking downwards to get their sights away from the gunfight.
And now we move on to round number 6 and LFO's last chance here on defense, unless they want to go to overtime to even things out here and get a win on defense. And we know historically, statistically, throughout pretty much all their matches, LFO and most teams do prefer this defensive side. So you've got to imagine what are things going to look like when we swap, when SiNister gets to go into defense. So LFO have to hope to get the win here, because going into their attacking half with a disadvantage, that's spelling disaster.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've talked so much about the fact how the defensive side wants to have that point advantage, but even with a draw, this will be still a fairly comfort ground for LFO to play off, albeit no buffer for mistake, really, apart from losing the point advantage. But at this point, really, they just need to start getting all of the plays out. And actually, the choice of Hills bringing in Valkyrie is going to be a good idea, considering that, well, they will have yokai drones from Mims' Echo. They will have the Black Eyes from Hills' Valkyrie. And Nasty should be able to at least snatch away 1 or 2 drones with his best. So there's going to be a plentiful amount of info gathering. And right now for SiNister, this just means that, well, they won't be finding a whole lot of it, considering that they don't have an IQ, and now they don't have the Nomad, as that C4 from the into the spawn shut Derpe down.
Yeah, and you got to imagine that had to come out from all the intel you were just talking about, the Black Eyes, the Yokais, everything, just so they can see exactly what's going on. I mean, I can't imagine a Pest has got a drone yet, but maybe it has, and maybe that's how they found the info. But and so we can see as LFO, they picked up that first frag, an excellent way to start things off. So without the Nomad, without the Derpe, that means they can't displace the defenders as easily, nearly as easy or at all.
Yeah, Nico finding himself on Kali once again. I don't think he would really want to be on that kind of entry frag / entry peeking role, but it is what it is, and well, with Vincier still at the ground floor trying to make sure that everything clears out, the remainder of SiNister roster will need to make sure that they will find some maybe trades or some of the frags back onto the defensive side, because otherwise they're looking at a 3-point per team, with round 6 resulting in LFO's favor.
Yeah, now we're moving closer towards that rushing point now, and SiNister, they know with a man down, they do certainly have to take it a little more carefully, and you can see everyone just checking the corners. They're essentially waiting for a call here, but so go in, the fight begins, and suddenly we're already starting to lose members. Hill's picking up yet another one, but Molosca's actually going for the plant. He doesn't get it down. Instead, he has to drop it. He has to instead bait it again and falls as well. And the firefight's still not going the way of SiNister at all, and LFO take them out in their desperation.
There it is. Finally, LFO do manage to draw things out yet again, but now, like you mentioned before, SiNister are now going on defense, and we saw previously how dominant can SiNister be on the defensive side, and well, maybe they just might be able to repeat the same success here. For LFO, this is going to be probably one of the larger hurdles to get over, considering that they are now as equally away from the win as SiNister, and with them being on attack, things might be looking a little bit grim there.
Yeah, and then you've got to think of the overwhelming pressure from above, the fact that this is tournament point on this map, so the fact that now SiNister going on to their preferred side is scary right now. So LFO have to tap into something inside and go Super Saiyan on this round, because right now it's really looking dire situations. Their attack has to look completely different to what we've seen on the last two maps, and even half of the rounds on defense. Something has to change, otherwise we're just going to see SiNister clean sweep it out here. Taking a look at the operators here, you can see SiNister going for buying a ton of time. Smoke and Goyo, I love the combo. It just buys you so much time, and you can choose when with the smoke.
Yeah, with Goyo as well, you also have the ability to bring in the TCSG, which is a immensely powerful gun, at least until it gets nerfed, but even then, it's going to be a really powerful one. So, a cog on the 2-speed, whilst having the ability to deny plentiful amount of ground, like you said. Goyo right now is in such a powerful position that it's almost undeniably one of the best competitive defensive operators right now.
Okay, for the first time here on Kafe, we're going to have LFO now moving in on the attack, so quickly breaching their way onto the ground floor here, or I guess as Rainbow calls it, the first floor, because not America, I guess. Although some other countries also use ground floor. It's kind of weird. I think only America uses the not ground floor system. But very quickly, as we're talking about something completely irrelevant, Nico is the one to pick up the first kill here. Already a good start on SiNister defense.
Yeah, Nico, the Mozzie main of Team SiNister, has been absolutely just one of the rather more powerful players on the team, albeit going with some of the more like cheeky frags and more of cheeky angles, but he's still quite a powerful player to verse against. Drones coming out. There is some sound being generated by the movement of the Mozzie player, as right now all the vertical play coming out as right now the poor Sogs is just being completely clueless as to where the shots are coming from. He has to regain his senses and he needs to find those shots as he's barely on any health.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's regathered his composure, standing up now, but he will drop to a light breeze, so he does have to be careful later on in these fights. Rough on someone like Sophia, who likes to be in those fights quite often, but now, either way, he's going to have to be careful. Anything could knock him down. Luckily for his team, they've got a lot of time. There's still a minute 20, but they still have all 5 defenders to get through and take a look at that utility Cthulhu, because I don't think we've seen too many Vulcan shields go down. All 3 smoke gas bombs are still available. Magnets are starting to stack up again. SiNister seem like they've got all the utility in position. They're already in position to defend, and the final minute begins now.
I would have said if Sogs would have gone down right there at that point, he would have lost quite a hefty amount of utility as well. But just as I say that, only just 20% of that utility been utilized. That is a very aggressive push to force out the Goyo out of his position. And right now, definitely did work out really well. Angmo and Hills to pick up a kill each. And right now, it's all up to Vincier, Nico, and Loska trying to deny the push, considering that Angmo and Nasty are now quite tagged up after that gunfight.
Yeah, that push was quick, and it did get the job done. They did take a bit of damage. Hills picking up another one onto Vinny. Miloska now the only one to survive, and Hills, the hero of the moment right now, saving it for his team. 20 seconds left, and it's all up to Miloska. He's going to wait for that plant. And he's not going to wait, actually. He's going to find Angmo and take him out. Now, the time is starting to run out. That plant, it has to go down, or they have to find Miloska. He's hiding. Hide-and-seek champion. He's behind the wall. They can hear him. He's running around to find the kill. They get it just in time to pick up the round.
Gotta give it to Hills. That 4K throughout the round has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, he's been through and through, even on the previous rosters, he's been an absolute fragger. And the moment you open up all the valves on him, essentially, when you allow him to get all of those frags, he's just gonna be a force to be reckoned with. And this very round was the exact showcase of that.
Yeah, and then you've even got to remember during that big firefight that happened near the ends, it was LFO to come out with many of those kills very quickly, taking Team SiNister almost a little bit by surprise there, you can imagine, picking up kills pretty easily and not even taking a trade in return. A bit of damage, yes, but not a trade, which is where it becomes important. So let's head to the bar and cocktail sites and see how Team SiNister can defend this one, because it's all the way up on the 3rd floor.
Third floor indeed, a retry of the previous round, as Team SiNister did manage to get close to a 1v1 situation thanks to Miloska's efforts, but air jab was the only thing that stopped him from potentially succeeding or getting at least any other gunfight. So for now, with LFO once again back into the lead with the points, we will be seeing SiNister retry the side, and it could potentially work out here, considering that, well, they're bringing in just about the same lineup here for themselves, and the same actually goes for LFO. And if Hills will be able to pop off here yet again, well, we just might be seeing LFO push themselves 2 rounds ahead of SiNister on attack, out of all things.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too surprising to see the teams not really changing their operators up. I mean, it essentially worked out for both of them, right? They both got their job done. It just came to some frags near the end, and unfortunately for SiNister, they were the ones that were just not close enough. So not too surprising to see them just completely have a roster just unchanged. Same thing on attack though. I mean, LFO, I mean, they won the round, so why would you change it?
Exactly. With that said, LFO are being quite aggressive. They just making sure that they are making as many openings as possible in as little amount of time as possible as well. Hill's already taking point at the window by the top of the white stairs. Should be allowing himself to find at least some of the early cheeky kills, maybe on the person who, on the smoke that is holding the bathroom. Apart from that, really, Miloska is the one that so far taking the most amount of punishment.
These drones are actually getting a good amount of intel right now, so LFO should be moving into this situation with pretty much all the information they could be wanting. Miloska has taken a little bit of damage, maybe trying to go on a cheeky roam and got slapped down a little bit, so he'll be alive though, which is great. He'll still be an asset later on. Half the round now taking down, but well, LFO have picked up what they need. Another few explosions going through the floor just to see what they can find. 1 C4 already down, but still 2 remain. Still a lot of kill potential here for SiNister. Oh, the flashes. The flashes have actually gone out, and so ADS is actually still buying time, but now that smoke bomb actually buying even more time. Nico picking up Angmo. That's going to slow them down a whole lot. Fisho still has 2 gas bombs left. There's still Goyo shields up. There's still plenty for SiNister to hold the line for now. Only a minute to go. We might see another rush coming out from LFO. It's what won them the round previously. Oh, that was so close. That is so close.
Is still all well and kicking with 100% health. Does go in for the similar angle where he found a fair bit of those frags, so just might be able to catch some of the defenders off guard, but as it stands, really, the rest of SiNister will be trying to be a little bit more careful as of. Mims, I don't think you can really go in for that push there, mate, as unfortunately for him, won't be able to make that push. Dal managed to actually find himself at bar, but now in a bit of a corner, things might not be looking all so well. The crossfire by Nico will be finding the kill, but Nasty does manage to find a response. The plant is going down here by Mims as well, as the plant is now down, but Mims is down just as well, and now it is a 1v4 situation as the SiNister roster will start collapsing right onto the poor Nomads. Position of her has been revealed, and there it is. The right timing at the right positioning, and 4 members will be starting to try to defuse the plant as well.
Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be Miloska picking it up. And everyone's happy. Everyone's stoked. SiNister winning yet another round here. And so this is kind of more what we were sort of expecting the defense to look like, as well as even just the last round, right? It looked like SiNister were primed to have a round just like that, although LFO had a successful rush in that round. But here, this is what it looks like when that doesn't work out. And so with that, Team SiNister evening things up for a piece right now. Remember that this is a do or die match right now for LFO. They can't afford to lose Kafe here. They've got to pick up the next few rounds, and they have to do it on attack.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the rather more difficult tasks, with the fact that 4 apiece now is the name of the game. Kitchen service will finally be seen coming out from SiNister, as this map is proving to be a really, really close one comparative to even Villa.
It's quite close, but we did see a lead coming out from LFO when they had their first round, or their first half on defense. It could just be a similar situation. Remember, they've still only won one round on attack. It did come down a little bit to the wire, but there was just one good fight that won it out for them. So they're going to have to do a whole lot better on attack than they did last time we saw them in a close map, where it did get near the end. It was a 7-5 scoreline going around 12. It could be looking to go that way again. Both teams so close.
And both teams getting extremely close to each one another's win. As right now, SiNister looking definitely much more comfortable, even with the fact that if they will be losing one or two rounds here, it still wouldn't really matter for them unless it's going to be, say, map 4 and they will be looking at the match point. At this point, they will be losing all of their map advantage, really, and this is, well, at the moment, it's not as likely, but hey, everything can happen, really. As Sogs is just, he's kissing the window at that point. He's that close to get another rogue.
Yeah, they're basically just having a hongy through the wall at that point, right? They're that close, but nothing will come out of it. Nothing will happen. And so with that, maybe just a little bit of information coming out from SiNister, knowing that where they're looking for the approach coming from. So again, we're just going to have Team LFO looking through, still getting all that intel. They want to go in with all the information they possibly can. They need to make every round count. So mistakes have to be minimal as they move in here. 2 minutes left. And, well, Team SiNister, they're mostly just anchoring back at the moment. And they're all sitting down there on the bottom of the building, bottom of the sites. And so with that, you gotta imagine LFO are just gonna have to approach the bottom, maybe play some vertical play, but for now they gotta get onto that site.
Now, I like the fact that initially SiNister had a little bit of a presence of, I believe, of Loska up above, but the moment just all the breaches started coming out, he just fired a few shots, taken a few pot shots there, and just went on with his with his business there, really, as he drained some time. That's all that was really needed, as for now we do see quite some mayhem being delivered onto the floor of the mining and the train room.
I'll leave the floor alone. What's it ever done to you? Just getting absolutely slaughtered here, but it will be providing all those sight lines, all that kill potential. I mean, you got Mims here. He's going to be able to make as many holes as he wants to, as he needs to, and so he can keep his eyes down there on the site. And so with that, the position certainly seems there for LFO right now. They've got their eyes down on the site. All they need to do now is move on, but as we can see through the silhouettes, there are so many members. In fact, I don't think anyone's sitting on the point right now for SiNister, so they are just waiting to move in and swoop in and surround them as they go in. The final 30 seconds now about to open up. You can see LFO, they're desperately looking for someone from above. They find someone. It's going to be Angmo finding Vinny, but Fisher Guy will easily trade it back with a pistol nonetheless as well. So now they're back to intel droning, and now 20 seconds. It's got to be now or never. LFO drop down. They move onto the side, looking for the frags. Sox will find Durfe. That's the kill that he needs, but through that hole in the wall, you can see that SiNister are waiting patiently. They get all 4 members very, very quickly, actually. Sogs and Hills together, winning the round there for LFO.
Once again, LFO looking like they just well and through in control of the pace here, as they did manage to seem to find their mojo back in play, as so far it's been a bit of a back and forth trade of the rounds, but LFO seeming to be the ones that are driving this whole trade back and forth. They're the ones that at the end of the say the 4-round trade, they will be the ones that will be, sorry, 3-round trade, they will be the ones that will be coming out. And so far, only 2 rounds away from getting themselves that sweet victory on map number 3. Whereas for SiNister, they still need 3 more rounds in a row if they want to win. Otherwise, well, if they manage to even things out at the very least onto a 5-on-5, it's still going to be a bit of a equal ground to play off, as they are now gunning for the reading room and dying defense.
And it certainly seems as well like LFO fixing some of the issues we saw in previous rounds where they get near the end, their openings are great and they find a kill here or there, but even with an advantage, they weren't able to finalize that last 20 seconds. But here, at least in the last 3 rounds, 2 of them have involved some very fast pushes from LFO, a little earlier than some, and they win those fights. They actually take out SiNister with a lot of the frags. Their aiming seems to have been on point. Going through, you see some of the replays and they're just incredible, right? So LFO, that fire is there. I mean, they certainly have everything they need to take the next few wins here. They're showing they can do it, and now it's all up to SiNister to stop them and try and win the entire tournament here and now.
Yeah, for SiNister, it will be probably ideal to just close things out here on map number 3, Kafe, the map where they did manage to get a pretty confident win against LFO previously, but that's not the case here. It's definitely going to be a very hard-fought victory if they do manage to pull this out here, whereas similar case will be going for LFO, as right now their play is coming out from the windows. They're trying to take control of the dining rather than the reading, whilst having some pressure being applied to the bar and cocktail, which is right above reading as well.
And Hills is also the man you have to watch out for. He has been saving a lot of these rounds for LFO, so SiNister certainly need to start, if they can, finding him and fragging him out earlier on. But now you can see that LFO starting to move down, setting up air jabs, making sure no one can just sneak around these stairs and try and flank them out, because roaming has been a big amount of the success coming out for a lot of these rounds. This drone now, oh my gosh, it's going to get a ton of info and no one's none the wiser. So with that, now LFO perhaps could find their way in, could get the great position. Remember, their pushes, as the rounds have been going on, have been looking better and better.
And with Vincier already taking quite more punishment comparative to Sogs, things are starting quite well, albeit that there's still quite some defense to go through from the cocktail. As the peaks do come out, Angbo, a little bit of a careless play will be coming out, as there's still 2-man presence there at the cocktail on the top of the white stairs. As the thermite charge will actually be denied, I believe, as I don't think I heard the bang come out from thermite charges. Oh, very tight angle being held there by the Womai, and well, Miloska will be falling back as the yellow charge just works just at the right time.
Yeah, that Grisma mine could not have been timed more perfectly, and with that, it does keep him alive. 50 seconds, and SiNister still have all 5 members up. They still have 1 C4 to go to deny any other plants. The Grismots are all gone, but oh no, that's even more damage onto Hills, such an important member too. So he stays alive for now, but that is gonna leave him just dropping to anything that looks at him. So now it's all up to LFO to just try and get these kills from above. Hills, even on LO health, still finds a kill onto Vinny, who was also sort of low. Roaming denied. 26 seconds left. Nico finding that kill onto Sogs means that now SiNister are in a great position to stay alive. 1 C4 still remains. They still have that kill potential that can deny the plants. Mims finding Derpe though. Now onto a 3v3, but with 10 seconds left, we've got to see LFO go for the plant or go for the kills. And Nasty is down, Mims is taken out, and it's all up to Hills, who, by the way, has almost no health, and he had to find too many frags in too little time, and SiNister will pick up round number 10.
Once again, we do see 5 apiece between the two teams, as well, it's just continuously, it's a game of tennis almost, points-wise here between the two teams, just back and forth, but 5-5 with Bar coming out now from SiNister, and boy, oh boy. So far, let me quickly have a check. So they've played Bar so far 2 times, and it so far has a 50% success rate. First time they did, it was quite a demolition, but all thanks to the success of Hills finding that quad kill. Whereas the second time they've defended, it was a much better paced defense that SiNister busted out. So here right now, they might be looking at, well, maybe winning it, or maybe not really. It's, well, like I said, 50-50.
Well, this is the round 11, where we say it's the most important, one of the most important rounds for a team to win. It locks in that overtime as insurance and puts you on match point, and it's just so much more breathing room when you have that in the pocket. But that is even more important for LFO right now, because they know that they cannot drop this map. Team SiNister, at the very least, you know, they don't just have the insurance of overtime, they have the insurance of not only
10 seconds
this,
left before
you know,
insertion.
best of 5, but they have the insurance of another best of 5. So they're in such a comfortable position that they won't be feeling the pressure. LFO, though, if it goes to match point for SiNister, are all but done and dusted. So they've got to be feeling the pressure even now in round 11.
I mean, yeah, at the same time as well, so far the trend has been going rather in favor of LFO, so I wouldn't be saying that for now they will be thinking about the next upcoming best of 5s, or for that matter, even the next map. So far, they just need to focus on this very map, this very round. They just need to get all of that advantage back into their favor. They need to organize themselves that overtime as well. Because,
okay,
like you said, if SiNister do end up winning this round and pushing themselves into the match point, this is where they will the LFO squad might fall apart.
Well, we'll have to see, as they still have one more round to at least get themselves onto match point. Nasty actually changing over to the Maverick, so that they basically never run out of breach as long as he can stay safe. So remember how important Hills has been. Even though he was on almost no health, he still kept the round almost alive previously, so keep your eyes on him and make sure he stays alive if you're an LFO fan. And so now we're getting so close, he stopped the walls, and the holes in the walls, Sog's fine to kill through them, and there's still defenders on the other side. You've got to imagine the tension must be mounting right now for LFO. They're so close to moving on to that match point. Hills now roaming around. I believe a flashbang moving by him, but doesn't matter to him. And now we're close to the side. There are so many holes in the wall here. It is so dangerous for LFO to stand anywhere. They're going to have to go around the right-hand side, but SiNister has set this up because they know that's the way they'd have to go. And so not even a drone can get by.
And with Nico finding the shot onto Hills as well, that is the top fragger of your team gone and out, as that's also Sog's, taking pretty much at least down. Dennis does find the trade, so at the very least, Sogs will be picked back up, as again, Angbo does manage to find as well a sweet push here for himself, as now it's all up to Miloska and Derpe, as it seems that LFO might just take this round into their favor and push themselves onto the match point.
But you can never count out Miloska and Derpe. But they've been clutch players before, even in situations just like this. So 40 seconds, you've got to believe the LFO are taking this carefully, but they found Miloska. It's got to be on Derpe to save him as well. So now, even though they're pinned down, one of them falls, and now one remains. And so Derpe has to stop this one. Mims will get the plant down. Derpe just completely disrupted, but he stays alive for now. And now the pressure on 1v4, but it feels like you're right. LFO securing this round here. We'll be moving on to match point unless Derpe can pull out a miracle. He knows as soon as he steps out there, he's going to take the shots, and that's it. LFO onto match point right now. They've locked in overtime and are so close to taking out Kafe.
Oh, so close to just the first step of pushing this grand final into their favor, whereas Team SiNister already taking a fair bit of steps there for themselves to potentially solidify at least a buffer for themselves for some of the mistakes. Bar and Cocktail Lounge for a potentially final round now being made. Once again, I mean, if looking by the trend, Bar should be now going into the favor of SiNister, and we're seeing the overtime. But with the way how clean most of the pushes that LFO pulled off so far were, I don't think that SiNister will be able to defend this.
SiNister have certainly proven themselves against pretty crazy odds in some of these rounds, so it's perhaps going to be the biggest test for sure. But LFO, I mean, this is the closest they've been to winning a map throughout the entire series, so this is where they've brought the breathing room, which I think is super important. So the pressure is lessened. That doesn't mean that they don't want to win this round as much as possible. Of course, the fire is certainly rising and is about as big as it can possibly be right now, but SiNister, let's take a look at them as they come in here. They're going back to some tried and true picks. I mean, the Goyot is coming out again, a very common one. You've mentioned the firepower many times about this operator. So Derpe, probably the best guy to give that gun to. Not having the craziest round like he has in previous maps. That's more on Fisher and Nico.
Yeah, Nico was the one that made quite some plays there, but unfortunately for him, he did end up getting shut down by Mims. If not for the fact that Sledge was the one that dropped down and found the finisher onto the Mozzie, it would have been a completely different round. It would have been a round that would have gone into the favor of SiNister, in my opinion, but alas for them, that was not the case, and well, fortunately for LFO, they're continuing to hold their advantage here. After quite an unfortunate streak of the two maps being lost, well, this is where they just might be able to find themselves the glory. This is where they might prove that their endurance is better than SiNister's endurance, maybe even as well.
Yeah, well, we'll have to get there, though, because SiNister are still hunkering down for this one up here on the 3rd floor as well. So LFO trying to get some presence from above, but you can imagine that they're very shortly just going to drop onto the same floor as them, look for that horizontal play, maybe find some kills from below if they can get some shots through the floor. But just like in a previous round here, look at all the holes in the wall here. There's going to be a lot of firefights coming through in this room here. You can imagine they could be starting even very soon. The frag goes out, but it's just going to be ADS. Now trying to get a kill. Drops the Vulcan shield, which will at least start their pathway towards the bombs.
Yeah, an attempt to have the Xcaros opening onto that mirror window was quite unsuccessful, considering that there was a person, I believe, in the freezer. And right now, interesting decision to use Sogs will be going down to a peek by Derpe, as Vincere as well does find the shot onto Mims. All of the sudden, it is a 5-3 scoreline. Well, man count scoreline, as right now, all of the defenders are pretty healthy as they can be.
Yeah, it's about as good as it can be for SiNister, right? They've still got a bunch of C4. It's 50 seconds, so the time's getting closer and closer. They know exactly where the attackers are. They've even taken down Hills as well, who is the biggest threat, leaving only 2 members behind right now. And so, it's nasty. Angmo, they've got to clutch out hard, and they've got to go in and do it now. And you can see they're just already taking fire without trading anything back. And with that, one death will happen. In a great style by Nico picking that one up. Nasty, the only one remaining. You can't imagine that he's going to pick this one up. And so, for now, Cthulhu, I believe we're going to go to overtime.
Certainly, overtime seems to be on the books here. Nasty just going to be spending a little bit more time to talk it out with his team as to what is happening, why are things not working out there for some of the pushes, and why they keep on trading the points, as this is not ideal for LFO. They would want to have a bit more of a confident map here, but instead it's just seeming to be as close as possible, as we are going into overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Overtime here with Team SiNister simply 2 rounds away from taking the win away from LFO. LFO do or die during this overtime. SiNister are going to get the defense first, and then on the 3rd round of overtime as well. So as we've seen, they kind of like the defensive rounds, so they're happy to have that happen. LFO have looked a lot better on attack here on map 3, possibly the best they've looked on attack throughout the series. So if there's ever a time for it to be overtime and have them 2 rounds on attack, sure, it can be here.
I'll definitely will have to agree. Sogs, a bit of a sneaky decision to bring in a Nook, and a Nook here in this current setup could be the best way to wedge the defense out, and especially on the side that is reading. If you have a Nook, say, sneak in through the maybe bakery entrance and then go in for the push at the white stairs, then this could be huge if she will be able to find some kills.
We're really looking for that surprise element, though, and just trying to catch SiNister a little bit off guard. It is very different to what they've been doing. The strategy certainly going to look a little bit strange coming out from them, but for now, I mean, SiNister may not know what's going on, and they're going to have to try and get that intel soon, but the way they've been playing all the defensive rounds, I can't imagine they're going to go for any kind of spawn peaks or early intel, so, I mean, maybe if they get a pest, they can find, use the drones to get a little more intel. But right now, LFO certainly needs to use this quickly to make it work.
Yeah, that decision on Sogs to play as Nook is definitely going to be the big kind of the ace up their sleeve if they do manage to make it work for themselves. Otherwise, if Nook will be going down, that is the only thing that you will be really missing out on is the frag grenades. Because, well, if you wanted frag grenades, really, might as well just bring in either Sledge or Maverick for that matter. You would have much more utility coming out from them. But if you want to go for just a sneaky play, you want to catch off guard, some of the defenders, then Nook would be the very best idea that you could have.
And that drone, I believe, just caught out some roaming, so maybe with that, LFO might be able to catch them out and maybe deny any extra kills later on in the round that Sinister might be relying on. So for now, we've got to watch out, see if they can move in, see if they can find that kill onto them. You can, they're oh so close. You can see them just keeping their eyes, taking out that drone. You know, it's sad. Used to be their drone, but you know, you'll still put it out of its misery with that pest inside it. And so denying that intel is going to be great. It allows you to be ever so more sneaky coming into this round here against Sinister, who need to defend.
And with already half a round gone, not a single bit of damage has been dealt between the two teams. As Hills, that's Mims actually this time. I still got so accustomed to the fact that it's Hills on the IQ that this time Mims being on her, is going to be maybe a better decision, but for now it's just an attempt to bait out some of the defenders, as right now the castle barricade on it will be telling exactly that to the defenders, that they're getting pushed.
Angmo, if you hit it harder, maybe you can get through, I reckon. You just got to melee it a bit harder, but with that said, of course, you cannot get through there. We'll have to make a different path, but someone that can make their own path, of course, is Nasty here. But Sol's also taking a kill up onto Nico. This is a great way to start the attack here for LFO. Already good, but it's taken time. They've taken so long to get that kill onto Nico. He's already done his job, and turning around the corner, finding Moloska, just staring at the stairs. That is a way to move in. Now 25 seconds. They've only got to take out 3 defenders or get the plant down, and dropping down. Nasty looking for that plant, but they've already lost Angmo, so now it's getting closer and closer, but they're starting to lose more. I believe it's 2v3, now it's a 1v2. Vinny has to stop them, has to stop Nasty, has to stop Hills. 10 seconds. You just have to stay alive. Maybe go for the post-plant situation, but without any plant going down, it's LFO on the hunt. They're looking for him. Nasty going for a plant as well, but there's no time, and they can't. They can get it down, actually, because of course he already started it, and LFO find Vinny, and they take him out.
The first defense round of SiNister on overtime seems to be completely unsuccessful there after all of the attempts, as right now LFO are leading once again in this overtime. SiNister now on offense will need to start making that effort to make the play, make the push, and close this out for themselves here if they do want to have a swift, quick game. Otherwise, we just might be staring at a 8-6 scoreline in favor of LFO, and we'll be seeing Border coming out, which is LFO's pick within this best of 5.
Well, LFO, one more round to do it. Team SiNister just need to win 2 rounds in a row, though, and that can be a scary ask as well. I don't think they've done it for a while here on this map, if even at all. We've been going very back and forth on some of these rounds, and so Team SiNister may have to do something that has not been done this round so far, but they're going a little bit back to you know, what we saw them doing on attack. They're not changing anything up. I mean, you got Gridlock coming back out. Everything is basically the same. They're keeping the sledge. You look over foe, and this is similar to what we saw again as well. You know, they're going for just tons of intel. The mirror is going to be huge, but along with Mims on that yokai, he's going to be able to get all the info, deny plants, go for those final moments, and force SiNister to go for a bit of a rush.
Yeah, that Echo and Mirror are going to be the key to operators that will need to be anchoring out and will have to stay alive, because for Echo, well, you need to keep those yokai drones in control if you want to have the full benefit out of them. For Mira, well, she has a great gun. She has those mirror windows, plus the C4 on her is still very valuable for the team, considering that, well, there is actually 3 of the C4s from the defense coming out for this round, so plentiful amount of kaboom that can be done here by LFO.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, SiNister just have to run that Kaboom out, but with one member already gone, that is not a great start. With Sogs picking that one up straight away is a great way for LFO to move in and maybe even pick up their first map win here, but Derpe is not having any of it as he picks up Angbo somewhere on the map as well, and so now we're down to a 4v4, except this time LFO won't have the roaming Angbo to keep them in it.
Yeah, Nico right now on the roam will be finding Sogs. The fantastic kill to play off the fact that Miloska just took a chunky amount of damage right at the entrance to the bakery. So with that, with a one-man advantage, they might start going in for the push pretty soon, albeit that right now Hills is still alive, Mims is still kicking, Nasty is still there, so all three of them can bust out some really nice clutch there for their team.
But we've got to remember the timing of it, because of course SiNister have done this one pretty quickly, so they've got the time to take it a bit slowly. Of course, Miloska a bit low is always going to be tough to bear, but if they can get through it, then it'll be all right. Miloska, of course, he just wants to go for those breaches. If he can get the hard breach done, open it up for his team, then most of his job can be done. So now Nico, he's already got some fantastic frags so far, having a great map for himself along with Bisho Guy as well. Both of those players still in the round, says that there's still a lot of success potential here for SiNister to stay alive here. This frag, it doesn't get the kill, doesn't even get very much damage either, and now they know exactly where he is, so even that spider sense, it wasn't enough for him to pick up the kill with the frag. He's still trying it, and he gets it this time. Nico is the god, the grenade legend to pick up that one. He can get it done on the second try. 4v2, 40 seconds now. They're looking to go in from below. And Derpe, he's still on the outside. They've lost Bisho though. That is rough, that is rough. Now with only 30 seconds left. Miloska, almost a non-factor with his amount of health. It's basically just a 2v2 right now. 25 seconds remain, and they've dropped yet another one. Hills finding that one, and now it's just Derpe. 20 seconds. He's got to go in, grab the diffuser, run back up, and you've got to imagine there's no time to do this. He's got to go for the frags, and he's got to pick up the kills, and you can see a world where Nasty and Hills are not going to let that happen. He's hanging out the window, he's rushing in because he has to, but LFO will take him out of the window and will take the map here on Kafe, keeping their tournament hopes alive.
What a close and a very, very well played matchup here by LFO. They're managing to push this into map number 4, taking one map at a time, and what a fantastic turnout there for Hills, as the man was able to just pop off for his team and he was the key for his team's success in a fair few rounds. So massive props to Hills here for pushing LFO into map number 4.
And, you know, massive props to LFO as a whole for keeping their composure throughout that series. I mean, it could have been very easy to fall apart as the maps went on. I mean, they were literally on, 2 maps away from just flat out winning the whole tournament then and there. But they've taken what we were saying as the first step up that mountain. They've got 1 map down. They need to win another 2 in a row. And then they need to win a whole another best of 5. So by no means is LFO out of the woods yet. Now they have to move on to Border to get that next map going. And we are still on tournament point for Team SiNister. And they're going to remain that way until we get to perhaps the next best of 5. So the pressure is going to be on for LFO for the next few rounds. And, well, they've shown that they can handle it in what would probably be the hardest one to do so. So my hopes for them are starting to rise.
So most certainly. I mean, LFO so far managed to showcase that their fire has not been extinguished in any shape or form. They just managed to make a very nice comeback after the fact that, well, their defense initially wasn't really that well coordinated, but hey, at the very least, they were able to close it out. Nice overall overtime, and just all the props going out to LFO, and very well done for them.
And now we get to go to their map pick. Now we get to go to Border. And funnily enough, this is where things change up a little bit, because while SiNister get to pick the side, they've picked Attack to be on first time. So you can imagine maybe LFO are actually kind of happy about this. Maybe they do want to stick over onto the defense on Border and just continue this streak, maybe even get an early win here. I mean, to get a map win where they can say win at 7-2, 7-3, something like that, just because they got their preferred side first, then I mean, maybe that's exactly what they're looking for, to get this ball really rolling and light it on fire. But that said, if SiNister are picking attack first, what's coming out of them?
I mean, really, for Border, it's a bit more of a simpler map, really, if you compare it to Villa or Kafe. This one would really go down to who can frag out harder between the two teams, really. Well, whilst you still need some sense of strategy, it's definitely slightly less than the previous two maps. So this is going to be one of those kind of quote-unquote bonus rounds, really, considering that both of the teams could potentially get a bit of a break from trying to go for some of the big brain plays and just frag out.
Well, Cthulhu, you're going to have to wait just a few minutes because we're going to a quick break, and when we return, we will be going onto the frag-heavy border with our 4th map in the grand final. Well, we're perhaps on the start of the redemption story right now for LFO, who have got to come all the way back, make the reverse sweep happen. They've started it up with 1 map win after just seeing that on Kafe, but Cthulhu, now we're going to go to Border to see if they can continue that trend, or if this is where SiNister are going to stamp them out and take the tournament here and now.
Look, honestly, I wouldn't be rather calling any of the wins here, really, as this is probably going to be a fairly neutral ground between the two teams. So far, SiNister has showcased us some really good frags, but not too consistent, whereas same goes for LFO. On some of the rounds, it was Hills that would be just absolutely propelling his team, and then some of the rounds, it would be just him getting continuously shut down, and the rest of the team would be getting shut down as well. So right now it's just all going to go down to how many mistakes can either of the team make and how many times can another team emphasize off.
It's all about those frags, but of course, we cannot forget that they can find their pathway into the sites as well. The strategy is going to be a big part of it. Obviously not nearly as much as some of the previous maps we've seen so far, but still a part of it. So as we go into it, we're going to have to still take a look at the operators, the bomb site choices, all that good stuff to see exactly how each team is going to be approaching this, because I mean, we've still got to remember the pressure is there for LFO to take this one out, because of course they can't afford to drop any of these maps anymore. And so taking a look at the bans as we get into it, again, we're seeing some similar commonly banned out operators. Buck is going to be probably the one that stands out a little bit more. Goyo is not usually banned, but still not a surprise to see him taken off the table.
Yeah, Goyo was the one that was banned on Villa, albeit that he was able to evade the ban phase on map number 3, and well, we saw a fair bit of usage from him, but not as much as probably each one of the sides would have wanted to see. Probably the big one is the fact that is Buck being shut down. Buck has been probably the more proficient one on Nico. And well, whilst the Buck was shut down, Nico was forced to play on either Kali or Sledge or any other soft breaches really, and just try to utilize aggression that way. And well, on a fair few occasions it worked pretty well, but wasn't really able to close anything out really well for him.
Well, he's going to have to try and do it again here because he will not have that Buck available, so Sledge will be the flavor of choice for his attack here on round number 1. LFO, you take a look at what they're going in with. I mean, the big difference here, now that we're on border, probably going to be the fact that, one, you got Maestro now not banned, so he's on the table, but also Doc coming up, popping his head out for the first time, maybe kind of showing how much they value the firepower and the fragging here on border.
Look, I mean, all of those operators are going to be extremely powerful. Nasty with the ACOG MP5 is going to be absolutely disgusting on some of the long angles that he can pull off. Hills with the older, even without the ACOG, that is still being memed upon as to why was that the case of nerf. That Alda still has 80 rounds in it. It still is a 900 RPM machine gun that can outdamage probably the most amount of the assault rifles that the attack has. That is a bit of a missed throw there by Meloska.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
We'll talk about throws later on if SiNister end up losing this round and this map as well.
Well, as long as he knows everyone saw it, then it's all right. He can take it however he wants to, but it shouldn't mean too much. I mean, it's just a few seconds wasted. But now we can see they're looking to move up, try and take some of the first rooms. You can see they're actually running from above, and well, SiNister, they're actually kind of all around. You got below, you got on the same floor, and even if you're above. So they're starting to surround some of these players here on LFO, starting to take some of these long sight lines down the hallways. Some of these peaks could be very important. That is a cheeky little nade spot to go in and drown out some ADS, but also get some flashes down, and now he's starting to rush down the side here. Can he find whoever was defending here? Takes a few shots as he enters, but now trying to find him. Fisher will easily take out Angmo, but gets shot back in return, so it's a trade.
Yeah, Mims finding the shot onto Fisher from a really cheeky position has the upper hand on that peak, which, I mean, you lose out one fragger for another, but with Mims finding yet another one onto the Zero this time now, this is going to be saucy and this is going to hurt a little bit more, but Nico still manages to find a trade. So for now, it's just so far a game of trade between the two teams. And well, in a 3-3 with half a round gone, well, there's still plenty of things that can be done, considering that Milo is still alive, so he can do his hard breaching bidding here.
Yeah, that's the thing. SiNister still have a ton of breach, so they have a lot of options to still get into the site. You can see they're about to open up into it right now. Nico, spider senses are tingling, but doesn't find anything with it. So with that, now he's going to have to start moving over. 1 minute to go right now. He hasn't found any kills. Up the stairs he might have to go, or down, or up to heaven instead is where he'll go as he gets shot out, taken down. Mims finding that one. LFO looking good on the defense. All the ADS now getting burned out. Or flash is going in. Meloska finding Mims. That is exactly what they need right now. So it's all up to him and Derpe to find these final 40 seconds. There's a bit of time to go in, but they have to start moving pretty soon to get that plant down. Meloska will be the one to get it going, or are they going to be looking for the frags instead? Where is the plant? Are they going to start dropping it out now, or instead just wait, just try and bait it out? 20 seconds as they remain on the site right now. LFO know what's up. They know roughly their position. Now they definitely know their position. The plant now going down. 10 seconds. You've got to imagine this is where LFO are going to start rushing in, hiding with the bomb as the cover. Shots in the head will Derpe take to get that kill. And now Hills has a slither of health and he's about to join all of his teammates. He needs to get a miracle. They're low. Derpe and Milo, not very much health at all. He could get this, but jumping through the wall was the wrong way to go about it. And Milo with a pistol will pick up that kill and get the round win.
Bit of a fortunate win there for SiNister, considering that, well, if some of the more shots from Hills would have connected, he would have been able to clutch this out in a really flashy fashion. Considering that LFO started things off really well, Mims finding those two I believe 2 or if not 3 kills, really set up some good ground for LFO, but SiNister did manage to find themselves a trade back. So Armory Lockers will be once again retried here by LFO's defense, as so far the trend overall says that, well, we might be seeing LFO find the win, considering that they've now kind of felt out the general pace of SiNister's attempt at the push. But what I don't think they are expecting is a Lion for the push rather than an IQ, and that is going to be a massive thorn in the side of the Roamers.
Yeah, and that is actually a very good way to shut them down. Just suddenly, once they know, it's going to be a little different, but of course, catching them out by surprise will be great. The roams have always been a problem for both sides, to be honest. I mean, you look at players like Angmo, who has had such great success. He's on a roll, he's popping off, so you do not want to let this guy have all the roaming power in the world. So Lion makes total sense to shut it down. And now, you also have to remember how close that attack was too. So SiNister, once they work out this is the same site, they're going to have to start using their memory from the previous round. Remember where LFO was sitting. Mims in particular had a great defensive position.
Yeah, with all of the defensive setups now, SiNister are going to be also quite aware of some of the cheeky angles that LFO might be trying to pull off right now. Vincier trying to drone up ahead. He has taken up a little bit of a more of a supportive role rather with the choice of line, albeit that you can still frag out very well with a V3OO, but rather say against an older, it will still be outgunned pretty well. Instead it is Nico. Once again, the man will be opening up the scoreline against Angmo out of all of the players, and this is a good beginning.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly who you want to take out. That's the main threat. Now you can sit back, relax, you know, take a sip of your drink and take your time on the remainder of this round with 2 minutes to go. I mean, everyone's going to be basically anchoring down, holding the positions. Vinny on Lion is now, you know, he's just going to be able to use his 3 charges whenever he wants, basically, for the push, or at least even just finding out where the defenders are. So they have so much power, all the utility, all the breach. SiNister have, just with that 1 kill, set themselves up into a great position to take this round.
Yeah, good setup overall. But with the EE1D coming out, all the smoke bolt will be still pulled away, and that is no coverage for the bomb plant. The Nomad charge actually does go off, and oh, there's a peek. Already Vincier is very much aware about that, and well, Mims will be punished for that.
Yeah, just walking up the stairs into the sights of Mims, into the sights of SiNister is always a dangerous move to make, and so with that, they do manage to turn around and take Durpay out, so it's not over yet. LFO are making their way back to a win. Sog's also picking up Visho. Now we're even, and now all of that work that SiNister made is now starting to go down the drain, but it's still even, it's still there, and it's still possible. A lot of utility was used, but they still hold on to a C4 for LFO, so perhaps they can go for some plant denial, perhaps they can get a kill with it, but it's going to be Milo picking up Nasty. That's not the one holding the C4 though. Sogs is going to be the dangerous one to go out, but there it is, the info they need, and they find another kill. Sogs, no C4 kills for you, baby, and now Hill's all that is remaining. And that will be very quickly cleaned up by Vin.
Yeah, once again, Team SiNister do find themselves nice second point, as it was a little bit shakier in mid-round, but still managed to find themselves that ever so sweet push and the success in their overall aggression. So nicely done there by SiNister, as now LFO will be forced to get out of the attempts at Armory, at least for now, for the time being, as Ventilation Room and Workshop will be the choice for the next one. And there is a question from me now, like, I'm continuously pondering. So previously we would have seen a trade of the round. So if Armory was won, then the second time the retry of Armory by the defense will be won by defense. But now that that kind of quote-unquote curse has been broken, does it theoretically say that the offense is going to be in advantage here on border, or rather is it just LFO's hiccups that are allowing SiNister to get the win?
Well, I mean, you'd have to look more at how they got the 2 wins, right? And the answer seems to be just finding out what LFO are good at, what their where their positions were in round 1, obviously, but also their lineups and how they've been playing to sort of shut that down. The line was, it was so nice they're going to run it twice, so that has been shutting down the roams too. So Hills, who has been such a big player in the previous maps, I mean, at least in the first 2 rounds, has been shut down pretty quickly. So him and Angmo have been the target of a lot of these. Finding them so early on has helped SiNister win. So again, you got to look at why they've won 2 rounds in a row to see, is this going to continue?
Yeah, well, if it was off the fact... Well, first round was technically off a semi-clutch that was pulled off by Team SiNister. The second one was a much more well-organized there by SiNister, utilizing so much of that E1D that comes with Lion. And, well, so far they did manage to read it into some of the plays, albeit that LFO tried to base their play off a similar position. So maybe here... The moment the info gathering and relay will be coming out, well, they just might be able to find some more success here, albeit that they just managed to force one of the defenders out of the position in the offices, which does pretty much ensure that the top floor is now in full control.
Yeah, I mean, the best kind of intel is the one that makes your opponents move out of position and just even give up an entire floor. So SiNister is certainly winning out on a lot of these. I mean, Nico's taken a bit of damage, but apart from that, that's it. They're going off the Lion play now to see who they can CCC, but so far no plays have been made off it, perhaps forcing LFO to change their positions a little bit, but as it stands, it's still SiNister just trying to move in and take a bit of vertical position, but also a bit of position on the ground. Nico, though, slamming the hammer, looking for some holes in the ground, looking for the peaks.
And Nico is the king of the vertical play so far, as Fisher guy actually takes so much punishment. Same goes for Mims, actually, yeah. But for now, it seems that the Kite player will be coming out victorious out of this one, as the breach is starting to get prepped. Can the C4 be thrown out and utilized at the right time? But no, it seems that this won't be the case, as so much distraction is actually being made. Kite trying to find the shot, but won't be too successful. Another C4 might be flying out, as flashbangs will be distracting the defenders, as Vincier will be finding the kill.
Yeah, Angmo being taken out is great. It doesn't really need him for Breach anymore, but for Breach Denial. But that said, SiNister now with their pathway into the site, now with all 5 members still alive, Milo picking up Sogs, Vincier picking up Nasi, and you still have people from above keeping their eyes down, and it just continues right now as it's a slaughterhouse for SiNister 3 rounds in a row.
The third round so far has seemed to be probably the most confident push that Team SiNister so far pulled out, as started off with a bit of a wonky decision to go in for the push in a 2v2, and now he's just a full-on, just like you said, just a bloodbath, the slaughterhouse coming out from Team SiNister, as now Armory Lockers will be retried once again by LFO here, in hopes of maybe breaking the overall pace here.
They really like the site, and you've got to kind of question why they're bringing it up again if it hasn't worked in the previous rounds. But that said, there's got to be something going on if they believe they can hold it again, and it's the best shot. So coming into this one, SiNister on a complete tear right now. This is perhaps their best showing out of all 4 maps we've seen tonight. It's only 3 rounds, but it's certainly showing a bit of a trend here now that they've got 3 in a row in the bag. It's already a good half.
Yeah, with already solidifying themselves the 3 points, SiNister looking at a pretty confident potential, potential beginning for the second half whenever they're going to be on defense, albeit that we said that same thing for Kafe, and well, look where we find ourselves.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is also SiNister's side pick, so they preferred the attack here. And you can kind of see why, right? It's working out well for them. They've easily got a plan here. They've obviously worked out this side of the map, and so it seems like they're just happy to let it go by, and maybe even perhaps the defense will look just as good. But I want to see what they look like coming out of this half. So let's move into round number 4 here, see if it happens again here. We're over onto the second floor, so different site again. Now we just wait for SiNister to drone it out.
SiNister right now going pretty careful about the drones. Last time they were able to find that roamer, as right now, ooh, there's an attempt for the frag grenade. I don't think the player is very much aware. Mims is actually downed, but I don't think SiNister are aware yet of the downed Kaid, as right now, ooh, the attempt will be made there to not allow the play to be done, as Kaid is now half health, but there's still a single player, as the hunt for the Red October will continue there.
Well, yeah, I mean, they do manage to get Mims back up, so he's going to be okay. Although a ton of health has been lost for that. So the breach now going through as well. SiNister have found their way inside. They can start moving towards it, taking out all the cameras as well. Just denying everything they can. Slow and methodical here. It's won them the last 3 rounds, and so you can imagine it's going to be looking similar here again. But still looking to grab any information, and Derpe will be the one to fall for it. And that is dangerous, and now another one falls too. This is looking a bit dangerous, but it was a trade, so LFO staying alive. Another breach goes through from Thermite, just hanging around the corner here. If he can just get a little bit more information, maybe he can find that kill, but settled down for now. But LFO certainly looking a lot better in this defense.
Oh, they did not drone out that bandit. They have no idea that the GIGN operator is there. They have no clue, as they just need to turn the camera around a little bit. That bandit will be revealing his position now with that gunshot, but still, that would have been an absolutely powerful move there by Angmo if he would have had his position concealed.
Yeah, hide and seek champion, but the deaths continue as Angmo picks up another one, and he's just let loose. He's allowed to go wild, and now Vinny and Nico trying to get all the info they can, but Vinny will fall, and very quickly, so will Nico. LFO pick up their first round here over on border.
Finally, they are able to break the 3-round curse for themselves, as now finding themselves at a 3-1 scoreline. They just need to win 2 more rounds to make themselves feel a little bit better for this first half, but also to put themselves yet again at that draw position where they started off on Kafe and potentially could be continuing their crusade here through this best of 5 and potentially even through the second best of 5.
Second best of 5 if we get there, because of course Team SiNister just needing to win 1 map here until we get there. So they're oh so close, and their session through border has been good. 3 out of 4 rounds, pretty good. And now we move on to round number 5. Yeah, I know, Matt's Tade, but as we go in, round number 5, Team SiNister, I mean, different site here, so let's see how they approach this one.
Yeah, so ventilation and workshop once again will be coming out for LFO's defense. Last time it was a complete demolition there by Team SiNister, and interestingly enough, the hatches are going to be fully reinforced there by the defense, so barely going to be any roam there, or at the very least barely any vertical play by the roamers. We'll be bringing it out as well. This is definitely new, but how well will LFO be able to play off that?
Yeah, I mean, it could be something that catches LFO by surprise. They might think maybe something's going on here. Maybe Angmo, I say because he's just taken half his health bar and damage, but does survive. Hills, they may just be confused completely by where Hills could be, because if they reinforce the hatches, like you said, he's not going to be roaming vertically as much. They'd have to look on the same floor.
Yeah, true. Well, amidst all of the chaos, Nico did take just a little bit of a damage probably from either one of the peaks that he went for, as so far it seems that it is Vincere that will be trying to go for a couple of pre-fires. There's quite a heavy presence actually up on the top floor, but surely, I mean, SiNister wouldn't fall for that and think that this is the site where they have to push.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch for that one, but well, we'll see as they go on. They're still up here above, just getting these long hallways and sightlines and seeing if there are any defenders around. LFO still being very careful, still not looking for anything too crazy, but you can imagine Hills is about to start revving up his roaming His roaming will begin very shortly, but it's going to be Nasty who gets down first. They don't finalize the kill onto him, however, it is going to be a kill back over onto Benny, so there's about a piece, but if they get Nasty back up, that could be a perfectly fine trade for them. But they don't.
It won't be, yeah, as Nico does manage to find the final shot onto Nasty to finish him off. So that is the Valkyrie off board. Same goes for Angmo as well. So that is the Bandit gone. But right now, Hills, Sogs, and Mims, the trio that so far has been able to rock the world of SiNister, really, will be trying to get the cheeky comeback here with only a single-man deficit.
Yeah, and you got to feel they could possibly do it here. 50 seconds is not a lot of time. Team SiNister haven't made a ton of progress, but they have made a ton of kills. Fisho will pick up that one onto Sogs, and now you're starting to think, Hills and Mims, yeah, they're great players, but can they 2v4? And so this is where they're going to be put to the test. They've been droned out, they know that they're down there, and now SiNister probably going to make the push. 30 seconds means that they do have to start moving now. But looking through, they're just trying to surround the defenders. One attacker does fall as Molosca gets taken out, and through the fall, almost getting Fisho. That would have been a great way to start it, but Fisho does pick up Mims in the end. 13 seconds remain. You gotta imagine Hills hiding. You can see his silhouette. He is hiding over there, but Nico, it's actually gonna be going for the plant. Hills picking up to Derpe as well, trying to shoot through the wall to get the plant, but it goes down. Now the pressure on him. He goes in for the pistol, but he turns around and just pops it in the head.
Yeah, a bit of a lucky 180 there by Nico, as that was a bit of a clincher there, I'd imagine, for the SiNister player, as that was just that close for him to lose his life in that gunfight, which would have resulted in a post-plant 1v1, but still, something that you don't want to achieve. And now Ventilation Room Workshop, the final round, will be attempted here by LFO after a much closer contention here, might I add, by both of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely coming down to the wire a lot more on these rounds. So the fact that it's 4-1 probably doesn't explain really how close the series has been, or this at least this map has been, because yeah, LFO have brought it down to the wire quite often. Mims in particular has certainly been popping off a whole lot and really trying to bring his team across the finish line. Angmo as well, who's also just been popping off throughout the entire series. So again, we're going to keep our eyes on those two players, but neither of them are going to be on the roaming Jaeger this time. I mean, Hills has been playing Jaeger throughout this map, but you know, his success on roaming hasn't paid off yet.
Yeah, the main probably big highlight on Hills' roam on Jaeger would be the Villa that saw him shut down pretty much the full push of Team SiNister on their first offensive side. So, I mean, he can do it, and some of the aggressive strats that, some of the aggressive attempts that he tried to pull off were successful, but it was all due to the fact that the rest of his team was able to help him out, to just allow him and enable him to go in for those pushes. So right now here, right there, right now, he needs to be as precise as he can be to allow his team to find the win on this final round, because a 5-1 scoreline, that is going to be quite a tough one to come back from. And we witnessed a similar one, I believe, no, actually a closer one. Sorry, it was a 4-2, I believe, on Clubhouse in reverse. So, I mean, hey, anything can be done here.
That was a little awkward, but yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes in maps where it's very important to win, like a grand final. So a bit rough, but you know, it doesn't really matter too much. But SiNister now just moving in, grabbing all the information they can, like you said, grabbing the win here would set them up fantastically in the half. We haven't even seen them on defense, but Lion gonna pop his ability, make sure they can get any information they can, see if they can spot any of the defenders. And now LFO, well, it's not starting off well for them. They've already lost Sogs.
Yeah, all I heard was that 50 round just going off on the V308, and unfortunately for Vincere, he won't be able to net himself another kill the same way, and he'll find the trade for his fallen comrade, as Sogs is the one that has gone down. But right now, Nasty trying to find yet another frag to push the man count in favor of LFO, because right now this is crucial for his team. They need this round to be won on Vent and Workshop, as right now the plentiful amount of time has been drained, and Mims with a fantastic C4 will be killing Fisher guys. Same goes for Angmo, so for now it is looking all nice and swell here for LFO.
Yeah, it just keeps going. Angmo's still with his own C4 too, so the plant is going to be pretty much impossible until that's taken care of. And 4 members as well. I mean, it's still a 2v4 too, so Nico, Derpe, they're going to have to pull off the godliest of mechanics to really pull it through this one. Yeah, they've still got some breach for sure. You know, Nico won't really run out of that. He'll have all he needs. But that said, I mean, when you're in a 2v4 situation, you're looking at not 1 but 2 C4 in the hands of Nasty and Angmo. These guys have been starting to pop off throughout the rounds. You got to imagine this is where SiNister are starting to think, all right, boys, how do we manage the defense now? But let's humor them, let them play out the remaining round. They can absolutely pop off if they need to, but really just going to vent their anger on some of these soft, destructible walls for now, because there's not really much else they can find.
Yeah, with already presence in customs as well, and in workshop and in vent, things are not looking all well, and just like that, LFO do manage to wrap this up. 4-2 first half on their defense as well, which is going to be a little bit of a scary part, but that is if they the scary part is if they won't be able to find a whole lot of success on attack, but probably still a pretty decent overall defense if they do manage to climb their way back up.
Yeah, well, I mean, so this is the point where we swap now, and it's actually now LFO get their preferred side. Sorry, SiNister. No, LFO will potentially get their preferred side here because SiNister grabbed that attack first. And so you got to wonder, if they chose attack first, what are they going to look like on defense? Is it still going to be a stronger side? Is it going to look a little bit better? It doesn't have to look that much better. In fact, they just need to win 2 rounds to lock in that overtime, 3 rounds to just win the entire tournament. So you know, they just have to play similarly as well as they did in the previous few rounds over on that other half.
Yeah, and I mean, Venden Workshop site is a bit of an odd one to pick as a beginning one, considering just the fact that it's usually considered as a tertiary site. You need to do a little bit more rather than just defending the armory to win the Venden Workshop, but hey, some of the teams, they are definitely preferring much more unusual sites, and well, it certainly seems like SiNister are one of those teams.
Yeah, SiNister, I mean, they've done some interesting things, but that said, so have LFO throughout the rounds. So, I mean, let's take a look at the operators coming in, because obviously swapping sides, want to see what they're looking like. Maverick's probably the big one that's coming in. A completely different form of breach for LFO.
Yeah, Maverick, there's IQ once again seeing some more playtime, this time from LFO, as Hills will be just religiously playing her, as she right now is in quite a pretty good position, considering that GA is just absolutely nuts with the DPS. But apart from that, really, yeah, Nasty's just deciding to essentially say, well, I don't really want to bother with having my teammates clear out some of the electric utility. I don't want to care about any of that. I just want to breach, and exactly for that very reason, the blowtorch will be perfect.
Of course, it does come at a price, where much riskier here if they spot you out and can just shoot you through the wall, shoot you through onto your feet, unless you're getting a great angle and you're much closer, and just basically need protection. But 2 minutes now remain, and SiNister haven't lost too much. They've lost a bit of health, but so has Angmo. So nothing really too off the table. Still have all the utility, like all C4s are still safely in the hands of SiNister. They can throw those out whenever they need to. They've still got their position going down perfectly well. Moloska probably about to start roaming pretty hard as well. You can imagine now with half the round down, LFO should be looking to fight.
Yeah, LFO looking for some early frags before the push happens, as right now, well, it's just in a bit of a stale moment, the calm before the storm between the two teams, as just they need to start finding some of those frags. Nasty's low health position is not going to be particularly ideal, but at the very least he is able to get rid of the mute jammer, which will allow potential openings, at least for the drones, to gain some information.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit rough for him, losing that health. It's one of the breaches you need a lot of health on, but Angmo falling down as well. That's going to be even worse. Nico picking that one up. Vinny will follow it up, just cleaning up nasty. So that breach, get it out of here. Not going to be on the table anymore. You got to rely on Zofia, who's got nothing left. And so with that, I mean, SiNister, again, they're setting up perfectly well. They only used one C4 throughout all that. Still have 2 left. The firefight's now going down. Hill's looking to see what he can get, but nothing comes down. LFO, they're running out of time. 30 seconds, and there's not a lot of time to move into a 3v5, and there's never a good time to do a 3v5. Hills, though, looking to even it up, looking to take out Milo. So roaming off the table now, but SiNister, they're happy to anchor down. They don't need to rely on roaming anymore. 10 seconds remain. They've got to go in and get the plant. Now LFO starting to rush in, but they've only got 1 man left after all of that. Sogs has to get it done, but 1v3, 2 seconds to go, and he's about to fall despite getting a kill. SiNister will pick up the round.
5th round here for Team SiNister, getting oh so close to winning out the LPL Pro Grand Final here, as just only 1 round away from the match point and only 1 round after that to claim the victory. But they're not out of this just yet. We saw plenty full of times when teams would get to that 5th round mark and then proceed to completely forfeit any kind of advantage that they have. So far, it's a 3-point, but hey, maybe LFO will just bring out some, just become beasts and just become activated.
Yeah, I mean, we saw LFO win a lot of rounds that they needed to in their previous map, although they were very back and forth. This is the one where SiNister starting to win a lot of rounds in a row. Came out of the first half looking good. And so now we're back to LFO. Hey mates, you need to win 3 in a row to even things up, then get to match point, then win the series. Hopefully you don't get to overtime, and then we're still going to game 5. So still a very long path for them. SiNister, they're tightening the vice, they're tightening their grip on this series and the tournament as a whole. So there is a huge difference between when SiNister were on this like match point compared to the last map, because LFO have a much further journey to go. And last time it looked like this was map 2, which is a massive stomp for SiNister.
Yeah, Villa was just an absolute denial of any kind of ground for LFO, and SiNister showcased some fantastic showcase. And funnily enough, this was, I believe, the map pick of LFO. Yes, it was. So Border being LFO's map pick as well, right before we transfer onto Decider, should we get to it, is that's quite a big thing, considering that, well, it just shows that SiNister are feeling quite comfortable on a great variety of maps.
Yeah, and it's certainly feeling like they're comfortable here. I mean, their opening of the map says enough about that, winning 3 rounds in a row on attack, and it's looking to be pretty similar here on defense. I mean, 3 rounds in a row is all they need to win the entire tournament, so let's see if they can do it here. LFO starting now to move in, and well, you got to imagine it's been an uphill battle for them so far, but a little bit of damage onto Nico will be all they've found so far.
And just a slight bit of damage. So far, it's been just about as usual for Nico in general, as he just keeps on continuing. So far, the Kali charge will be coming out, and a lucky fire, well, maybe not a lucky, but a very well-calculated shot by Angmo will be ending Fisher Guy's run in this round, and that is a good beginning.
I mean, Fisher Guy's been one of the most important members for SiNister in some of these clutch moments, so a great person to take out. It's Vinny and Nico on this map, though, here on Border, that have been popping off, though. But a kill is a kill. You'll still take that 1-man advantage. It only took a few bullets. It's not like they had to dedicate anything crazy or even lose health at a trade. So, I mean, LFO, you'll take that any day of the week.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And with a breach coming out from the offices into the archive, this is going to be a fantastic play. No, this is just going to be a drop down here, as I believe that was Nico actually who just decided to go for a full-on rotate, as right now they might be actually expecting some company from the ground floor, as Derpe does go down as well to a pre-fire, but not finished off yet.
Well, Cthulhu, 1 minute remains, and LFO, they've set up the path to victory here in this round. Derpe bleeding out on the ground, leaves only 3 defenders left, and, well, they're essentially just going to have to anchor down and pray that they can get LFO into their sightlines, kind of just like that, coming into it. Milo going to be stoked to get that one onto Sogs. Zofia as well, someone who's just so useful during these firefights.
And with Derpe being picked back up, it is now an even ground, 4 versus 4, albeit the health-wise situation is definitely still in favor of LFO, but they don't have a whole lot of impactful ground there for themselves, so they need to make a move really soon, as 20 seconds left to go, and right now, well, only now they are starting to try to take control of the archive as the push is starting to come out.
But yeah, that kill by Angmo could have been it, but instead it's going to be Derpe who picks up Mims, and well, that is not what you're looking for if you're an LFO fan. Angmo's still hanging out the outside. Nasty when he went for the plant, just got ripped apart, and now Angmo has to rush in with a second to go. He can get a triple kill through the round, but it doesn't matter if he runs out of time. SiNister, match point, series point, tournament point.
Stacking all of these up, you can start realizing how huge this very map right now is for both of the teams, matter of fact. For LFO, this is just yet another step in their attempt at climbing the mountain that is winning this best of 5, and then if they end up winning this best of 5, they need to climb another mountain that is yet another best of 5. But right now, they're a single round away from being unable to achieve that in any shape or form, as match point. I mean, 6-2 score. How do you come back from this?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you're here supporting LFO, they need your energy right now, so make sure you send it to them. Team SiNister fans, though, your energy has been well received clearly, as they are one step away from taking out the entire LPL Pro tournament. And so, one last round here, perhaps for them. They haven't changed too many things up. It's going to be Wamai coming in, though, as a bit of a difference. Valkyrie as well. Actually, even Mozzie. So maybe Team SiNister changing things up a fair amount here to be a little more annoying, a little more confusing for LFO, demanding even more of them here on a round that they've got to win.
Yeah, this is the big one here for both of the teams, more so for SiNister, as they are looking for that for that win. Whereas for LFO, this is the do or die here situation. No more retries, no more second chances. No more buffer maps. This is it. This is where they need to play out to their maximum.
Well, let's start it off here. And as we kick off their perhaps final round, we've hyped it up a whole lot, but they've proven that they can get close. They're droning it out. They're doing parkour around just to make sure they can keep it alive, but it will go down eventually. Pretty hard to keep those alive. X-Kairos going to be entering the point, but as you can see, there is a defender just behind. You can imagine they're looking to just chuck some nades over, see if they can find a way to get him out, but flush him out, but he will survive for now. It's going to be LFO changing up their approach, perhaps, but no, it's going to be still going through with the breach, droning instead, just getting that information. They see the defender, but the drone is taken out.
Full set of X-Kairos has been actually expended as well, so that will be leaving LFO at a lack of the hard breaching, and should they want to open up some of the hatches from above. As so far the control of the top floor has been fully taken, as there's still 2 of the players up above, I believe, on the top floor, and right now all of them are looking at finding some of those kills and maybe shutting down the push.
Yeah, you can see though that they are on the same floor as the defender, probably going to be Molosca, who's been roaming like a storm throughout this series. Halfway through the round, and LFO have to start moving in and start taking around soon, taking a few shots, and Angmo, the hero of LFO at the moment, gets the first kill, and it's onto Molosca. That roaming out of here, thrown in the bin. That might be what they need to take the rest of the round here. They get another kill. It's Angmo, of course, and they do trade back, but it's on the Hills instead. IQ out of here, but you imagine Hills done his job. Angmo still doing his job, and he still stays alive, but someone on Team SiNister has turned around, and it's Fisho Guy picking up a double kill there, and all that remains is Angmo. The hopes of an entire team remain on his shoulders, and Fisho and Vincier are going to be anchoring down, holding the site. As Angmo, he's going to have godlike aim, but it's not enough because SiNister have had godlike aim the entire series, the entire tournament as well, and they'll be your LPL Pro champions.
Massive congratulations here for SiNister. 3-1 in this best of 1 series. as they are the champions of Rainbow Six Siege LPL Pro Series here. Massive congrats, and what a play from them on the border. I mean, 7-2 scoreline there for them. That is, what is a better way to close out with just a complete shutdown by them?
Yeah, and it's yet just another example of SiNister just seeming like they're the team that's on another level compared to everyone else. I mean, it had to be LFO getting a bracket reset to even have a chance of winning there. However, you've got to shout out LFO because they are the team that came the very closest to taking out SiNister. They're the only team to take even a map off of SiNister, and so for that, they should absolutely be respected. However, at the end of the day, it is Team SiNister who are the champions, and they still did it in a very one-sided fashion, very dominant, and will remain as the champions here in the league. So that's it, Cthulhu. That's it. We have our champions. I mean, I'm stoked that Team SiNister could do it in such a great fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it still was a very spectacular way for us to see the grand final close off. Unfortunately for LFO, they weren't able to find out any more closures as they did, but like you said, finding a map of SiNister, breaking their kind of the flawless round overall, is still quite an achievement overall. And well, for the boys at LFO, they're going to be looking at participating in some more qualifications and some more tournaments, as they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they had a pretty good run through the tournament as a whole, only really ever losing to only Team SiNister. So they very solidly really locked in their position as second. Ferox came close to taking them out, but at the end of the day, LFO very, very solid in that second place. And with that, Team SiNister, I mean, even more solidly in first place there. So ladies, gentlemen, Rainbow Six fans, that has been, after 8 weeks, the LPL Pro Rainbow Six Siege ANZ Championship. And with that, I don't think we have too much left to say, Cthulhu. I mean, thank you so much for joining us throughout the tournament, and thank you for having me on the show as well. It's been a blast casting with you, and shout out to the production team for putting on not just a great show, but a great show from a remote broadcast, which is not easy to do in any case. So huge shout out to those guys, and of course all of our sponsors as well. WD Black, Vodafone, Conquer, Sky City, they've all been instrumental in making this happen. But we're going to wrap things up here. That's it for us. We'll be back next season, more likely with even more Rainbow Six. But ladies and gentlemen, until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you all next time.